And we'll begin by welcoming everybody to this morning's session of the Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. We'll be hearing 5 bills this morning and taking testimony. You can also, you can see and hear us on our YouTube channel, which is found by going to legislature.maine.gov and looking up HHS, Health and Human Services, and finding the open link there so you can watch. Everything we do is recorded, so if you can't stay for all the morning, you can look at it another time. I want to remind everybody that this technology is strained sometimes by what we're trying to do, and that there are likely to be glitches. Good thing Spectrum got their problems fixed they had last night and aren't an issue for us today so far. I remember to turn off my phone this morning, and we'll be hearing the bills in the following order. We're going to start with LD 964 and then move to 1059, 979, 1113, and last will be 1135. That's the list as of 9:03, but that's subject to change because one of our colleagues is introducing 3 bills this morning in 3 different committees, and I'm trying to slot her in whenever we get done with 964. So when it comes to be your turn to testify, please make sure that the name reflects who you are so we can find you. A reminder that testimony can last 3 minutes, which is about 1.5 pages. You'll get a warning comment, 30 seconds, with 30 seconds remaining, and ask that you conclude your remarks within 3 minutes. So let's go around and introduce ourselves, starting with Representative Griffin.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Griffin, and I represent House District 102, which is Glenburn, Levant, and Kenduskeag.
I don't see Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Madigan.
Good morning. My name is Colleen Madigan, and I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Sam Zager, District 41 in Portland.
Representative Lemelin.
Morning, everyone. My name is Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Nobleboro.
Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol.
Representative Perry, are the buttons working today?
Yep. Good morning. My name is Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes Indian Township, Beattyville, Barron, Callis, Charlotte, Robinson, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant.
Representative Javner.
Good morning. I'm Representative Kathy Jabner, and I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington County.
Thank you. Senator Moore. Whoops, after you've unmuted. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. This is Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
And Representative Chair Meyer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and welcome to everyone who's joined us this morning. I'm Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is all of Elliott and parts of Kittery and South Berwick.
And I'm Ned Claxton, honored to serve the folks in Senate District 20, which consists of Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. We have a couple of committee members who can't be with us because they're tied up in other committees. So with that, I think we're ready to begin after we introduce our crack staff. So we're joined both by Ms. Brum.
Hi, I'm Anna Broom. I am one of the legislative analysts for the Health and Human Services Committee, and I work in the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And Ms. Dooling. Good morning.
My name is Erin Dooling. Good morning. I work also in the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. Usually you don't see 2 of us for public hearings. Anna will be doing LD 964, and then I'll do the remaining bills this morning.
And Ms. Withy.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Withy, and I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee.
Great. So with that, we're in a position to start consideration of LD 964. I think I saw Representative Fecto in the attendee list. Welcome, Representative. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Senator. So good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and my colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I am Justin.
There's some feedback here somewhere. Please mute your mic.
Which,
yeah, go ahead.
I'll skip the pleasantries.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here in support of LD 964, an act to expand access to certified substance use disorder recovery residence services. What I won't do this morning is fill this testimony with shock headlines about substance use disorder or overdose deaths. I believe everyone in this committee realizes that we had a problem with substance use. We began to make some headway with it, and 2020 thrusted us right back to the scariest of times. Shortly after being reelected, I reached out to the Maine Association of Recovery Residences, or MAR, Maine Recovery Advocacy Project, or MERAP, and a local recovery residence operator to see what part I could play in helping us get back on track. This bill is the result of those conversations. Essentially, this bill contains two functions. The first function states that in order to receive department contracts or housing assistance or a voucher, a recovery residence must be certified and established in section 20,005, subsection 22, which essentially speaks to the certification of recovery residences. The second function of this bill states that municipalities may not deny general assistance to a person for the sole reason that the person is residing in a recovery residence. And for those residing in a recovery residence, municipalities shall apply assistance in the same manner for any other person seeking assistance. When it comes to recovery residences being certified, we should be requiring that only the most tried and true standards are being used in the state of Maine when we send a person receiving public assistance to a recovery residence. MAR uses the national NAR, or National Association for Recovery Residents 3.0 standards in order to certify recovery residences. These standards cover administrative operations, the physical environment, recovery support, and being a good neighbor. Under the administrative operations, MAR ensures recovery residences do things such as operate with integrity, uphold residents' rights, create a culture of empowerment where residents engage in governance and leadership, and develop staff abilities to apply the social model. To establish the physical environment, MAR ensures that recovery residences provide a home-like environment that includes so many square feet per bed per sleeping room, provide an alcohol and an illicit drug-free environment, and plan for emergencies such as intoxication, withdrawal, and overdose. To ensure there is sufficient recovery support, NAR 3.0 standards require that a recovery residence promote meaningful activities, promote access to community supports, provide mutually beneficial peer recovery support and the life skill development services, and provide clinical service in accordance with state law. And being a good neighbor is so important to the acceptance of recovery residences in our communities. This is why MAR ensures that recovery residences have policies concerning being responsive to neighbor concerns and common complaints such as smoking, loitering, lewd or offensive language, parking, and the cleanliness of the property. I have also attached a copy of the NAR 3.0 standards to this testimony for your convenience. Now, to the portion of the bill concerning general assistance, or GA. Individuals seeking shelter and services from and in recovery residences have fallen under a January 31st, 2020 memorandum to municipalities providing GA signed by Miss Sarah Russell, DHHS, she is the General Assistance Program Manager. In my opinion, this memorandum has unfairly and intrusively targeted recovery residences. Not only that, but the COVID-19 public health emergency created the worst homeless crisis I hope to ever witness in my lifetime. On the second page of the memorandum, which I've also attached to this testimony, states, and please note that the underlining is not done for effect, I'm just copying the format. It says, when an applicant shares a dwelling unit with one or more individuals, even when a landlord tenant relationship may exist between individuals residing in the dwelling unit, eligible applicants may receive assistance for no more than their pro rata share of the actual costs of the shared basic needs of that household, according to the maximum levels of the assistance established in the municipal ordinance. Not only does this unfairly target and burden recovery residence operators who have to open up their entire books to a local clerk for GA, but it essentially ensures that the state's policy has been hotels over hope. Traditional lodging, which does not best serve those recovering from substance use, are not subject to the same financial intrusion. In 2020, it was the easiest policy and most expensive to shelter some of our most vulnerable Mainers in hotels. Can you imagine requesting a hotel, motel, or lodge open up its books before a clerk for GA? That's preposterous. Well, that's what we've been doing to those committed to supporting Mainers recovering from substance use. Traditional lodging rates allow for a person to be sheltered with enough income to pay for things such as staff and upkeep. But for our recovery residences, mortgage and utilities divided by the number of people living in the house, period. This disregards the expenses associated with running such a valuable operation. Again, our policy has been hotels over hope. Following my testimony, you'll hear from MAR, recovery housing operators, treatment providers, and recovery advocates about the real-world effects of this policy. After having some correspondence with Mr. Peter Merrill of Maine Housing, I am submitting the following friendly amendment. This is in addition to the bill. It does not supplant any portion of the bill I have proposed. On Section 2, housing assistance, I am asking that we add the words "to the extent not in conflict with federal law" at the beginning of it. I think this is a fair and reasonable amendment to ensure Maine would be following federal law. In summary, this is what is needed for our frontliners who have worked so hard to correct the state's dark truth regarding substance use regression. With this bill, we can ensure we are providing the safest and most beneficial approaches to initial recovery. I look forward to working with you all, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative Fecteau, for bringing this forward. As is our usual pattern, we'll start hearing from people who are here to testify in support. And we may need to slot in Representative Tom Martin if he comes in soon, but for right now, the way it works is that it's alphabetical by first name almost reliably. So we're going to start with Allison Webb.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Allison Webb. I am a resident of Portland. I am a recovery ally. I'm also a family member affected by substance use disorder. I am also president of the Maine Association of Recovery Residences Board, MAR, and it's in that capacity that I'm testifying today. Representative Fecteau did an amazing job describing recovery residences. We have some people lined up today who will talk about their own experiences living in residences. We have some people who have more expert experience in running the residences, and so you'll hear from them today. I'm going to just give you a little bit about MAR and then turn it over to those folks. So first of all, the MAR Board of Directors has met and discussed this bill, and they have voted to support it unanimously. MAR is a grassroots nonprofit organization started by dedicated volunteers in 2016. Since then, the organization has grown to support 2 full-time staff who certify and recertify houses and manage everyday operations. The majority of the board are people in recovery who have on-the-ground experience living in, owning, and managing recovery residences. Our funding is primarily from the state of Maine, as well as from certification fees and small private grants. As Representative Fecto mentioned, we certify Maine houses based on the National Alliance of Recovery Residences standards, and we're the only organization in Maine to do that. Representative Fecto also mentioned that recovery residences run on the social model of recovery, creating an environment in the house that's as close to a residential environment as possible. Residents learn how to share in decision-making. They do chores, they find employment or volunteer opportunities, they go to school, and most importantly, they support each other. They learn how to live with their peers in a community after isolation, addiction, and sometimes jail or prison. Recovery residences are safe places for people in early recovery because relapse prevention is a priority. It means it's a substance-free environment. It means that people are learning how to cope with the stresses of everyday living without drugs or alcohol. And it means that they're learning new and healthy habits of daily living. And they do this together in a supportive and loving environment. Recovery residences provide more than a bed, as you've just heard, and that's why our slogan is Hope, Not Hotels. A hotel room is no comparison to the structure, the participatory living, opportunities to gain new skills in work and school, peer support, and love that recovery residences provide. So MAR supports LD 964 as a way to ensure quality recovery residences in Maine as some accountability for what public dollars are being spent for, and as a way to ensure equitable access to high quality recovery residents for everyone, even people who can't afford to pay for it themselves. We believe that LD 964 is the next step in developing Maine's recovery support services, and we're happy to be a part of that. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Craven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you do. How long are people allowed to stay in the house? And also, do you provide follow-up community supports for people after they leave the setting?
Sure, that's a really good question. People are allowed to stay as long as they need to stay. It's not a program where you get 2 months and then you're done. So that really depends on the individual. Yes, very definitely links to community services, community support, job opportunities, volunteer opportunities, both during, residing in a recovery residence and then also afterwards as well.
Are there any other questions from the committee? I don't see any, and I misspoke earlier. This would have been easier to work out if we were in the committee room, but there's a request to order in which people are going to testify. So now we'll go to Mr. Springle. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Ron Springle. I'm a resident of Scarborough. I come before you today to testify in favor of LD 964. I'm currently a retired physician working full-time for the Maine Association of Recovery Residences. Prior to my appointment as program manager in November 2019, I served as a member of the MAR Board of Directors and also as an ombudsman for the group. I have a long history of involvement with recovery residences dating back to 1986. I have lived experience both as a person in recovery and as a resident of a recovery residence. As program manager for MAR, I have personally inspected and certified virtually all of the MAR certified residences. As of today, we have 53 certified residences in 9 counties with a total bed capacity of 534. In 2016, when MAR began, only 1 residence accepted persons using medications for opioid use disorder, commonly known as MAT. Now 38 are MAT friendly. I take the responsibility of certification quite seriously, as MAR certification is an imprimatur of a high standard of operation. This not only engenders consumer confidence, but also makes an operator eligible for state operating subsidies administered by the Maine State Housing Authority. This has been previously established by SP 472, also known as LD 1523. This was the bill passed in the last session that was promulgated by Senator Bellows. LD 964 would expand MAR's authority as only certified residences would be eligible for general assistance and other public monies. The current state of GA awards allow any recovery resident, certified or not, to receive assistance. Without certification, there is no way to know if these funds are being spent in support of a sober, safe, and healthy environment. MAR works because our members are accountable for operating under established best practices. MAR, in turn, is accountable to the national organization, NAR, our contracting agency, the Office of Behavioral Health, and our partners, such as the Maine State Housing Authority. A few states have instituted a licensing program for recovery residences with unintended results. David Sheridan, the president of NAR, has graciously agreed to testify in favor of this bill and will describe the problems with licensure and the relationship NAR has with us, NAR's main affiliate. In closing, I'm going to thank the committee for your time, urge you to vote ought to pass, and willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Springle, for that testimony and your ongoing work. Are there any questions from the committee? I don't see any. So why don't we now go to David Sheridan? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. And good morning. Thanks you to Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the members of the committee for permitting me to address you on this today. We're speaking in support of this bill. My name is David Sheridan, and I'm the president of the National Alliance for Recovery Residences. Our organization, founded in 2011, maintains the nation's most widely adopted set of recovery housing standards. And we operate through a network of 30 affiliated state organizations, MAR being included in that, with about 5 coming online this year. We've also submitted written comments, and my remarks are taken from those. The approach the state of Maine has already adopted and that is strengthened by the provisions of LD 964 is the dominant model for regulation and oversight being adopted nationally. It entails voluntary certification overseen by an organization with recovery housing expertise, with state oversight and significant incentives for providers to be certified. The expansion of referral requirements in this bill will significantly expand those incentives. And this is an approach that NAR and other organizations favors, as do the vast majority of state legislatures and addiction agencies that have addressed this issue. And that includes several in New England. They've found that this framework offers accountability without increasing the barriers to affordable recovery housing that other regulatory frameworks inevitably impose. It ensures that public funds are spent wisely, and it also provides important consumer protections. A few states currently require licensure for all recovery housing. This is a poor approach for several reasons. As officials in Florida and Massachusetts concluded years ago, mandatory licensure can't be imposed without violating the federal fair housing rights of disabled individuals. Licensure also has other unfortunate consequences, including high cost, the uncertainty and expense of litigation, and the creation of barriers to residences serving low-income individuals. I should also mention that states implementing the framework you've adopted have all chosen NAR-affiliated organizations and the NAR standard in implementing that framework with their oversight and support systems. In Maine, you have an excellent partner in MAR. We have great confidence in their abilities, and we know they have government and community support. To conclude, we support passage of LD 964 and look forward to its contribution to increasing the number of quality certified residences serving the people of Maine. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Can you give us some idea of the number of states that use licensing versus certification with MAR?
Right now, we've got, I would believe there are 3 states that have some form of licensure. That would be Arizona, Utah, and New Jersey has something akin to that, which is a mandatory registration. So in order to operate, not just receive funds, you have to have that license.
Okay. And that's 30 plus other partner MARs.
Yes, 1 per state.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Sheridan? Thank you for coming, for testifying. Appreciate
Thank you very
it.
much, Senator.
Now we'll go to Brandon Toby. When you're unmuted, we'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
What is that?
Good morning.
They can hear you.
Ready when you are, Mr.
Hi,
Toby.
good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Human and Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Brandon Toby, and I'm a resident of Augusta and a constituent of Justin Fecto. I'm here today to testify in favor of LD 964. I began my recovery in a recovery residence after leaving incarceration. At that time, general assistance was available to recovery houses in Augusta. I accessed their services for a few weeks, got a job, and got off in less than a month. If it hadn't been for GA, I never would have gone to the recovery residence to begin with, let alone be doing what I'm doing now. Today, I am the owner and operator of a low barrier recovery residence, fresh out, modeled after the type of housing that I had access to. I have never accepted general assistance before because GA told me in the beginning they would no longer pay for recovery housing simply because it's a recovery residence. I reluctantly changed my mind when a guy who reminded me a lot of myself when I entered recovery begged me to go down and give it a try. He had just gotten out of jail and was really trying to stay sober. I went with him against my better judgment and shredded all my intimate financial statements to them to explain why my rent was so high. By high, I mean $500 a month per person, which is the lowest rental fees in the entire city. I'm going to explain it to you too. I pay the following bills for my house per month. My rent is $23.50. For drug tests, I pay $450 a month. For insurance on the units, I pay $160 a month. My internet is $120, electricity around $100, house supplies, which is trash bags, toilet paper, cleaning supplies, etc., about $100. Netflix for $20. I also have $200 for pro-social events for residences, for a total of $3,500 a month. We have 8 beds available for rent for $500 a month, for a total income up to $4,000 per month. That is if all the beds are full the entire month and everyone pays on time. I never kick anyone in my house based solely on the inability to pay rent. And there have been months where I had to take money directly out of my pocket to cover all the bills because of it. I am not making any money on this endeavor. I essentially work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free. And in return, I get a room in my house. When I showed GA office all these bills, they told me that the ones that we're interested in were the rental costs and utilities. They added up these costs up to $24.50 and divided by the number of beds to calculate how much they would pay a person to live in the house. It was right about $300 a month. I took the guy in for a few days at that cost and was going to look around for other churches or programs that would help him. By the time we got to the house, the guy was so upset and felt like a burden, he ended up leaving and using drugs. He returned to the GA office a few weeks later looking for housing, but they put him in a hotel. I'm not sure exactly what GA pays for a hotel for a week, but I promise it's more than $500 a month, probably closer to $500 a week. Had they only helped the guy get into my house, the guy might have avoided a relapse, and the city would have saved a bunch of taxpayers' money. Furthermore, the practice of asking recovery residents about their bills is discriminatory. They would never ask any other type of housing to open their books. I'm not asking for anything crazy here. I'm just asking that they pay the same amount they'd pay for any type of housing. Please vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toby. Are there any
Mike.
questions? I don't see any. So thank you again for being here. Next, we'll go to Courtney Allen. When you unmute, we'll hear from you. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Courtney Allen. I am a resident of Augusta and serve as an at-large city councilor. In that respect, Brandon is also my constituent, but today I am testifying before your committee as the policy director of the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project. MERAP is a grassroots network of people across Maine working to redefine and reimagine justice, access, connection, and recovery from substance use. One of our true north organizing principles at MERAP is that we listen to our community and then we act. Our community includes people in recovery, people who use drugs, family members, and all of our allies across the state. This legislative session, we have a slate of priority bills that have come directly from our community members as their top priorities. One of those bills is LD 964. MERAP believes that this bill is important because it ensures that people have equitable access to recovery housing through the use of general assistance funds. We know that safe and stable housing is a critical component to entering and sustaining long-term recovery. Without it, many of our community members may resume problematic substance use and potentially die from accidental drug poisoning. To further complicate matters, in Maine, there's a shortage of affordable rental apartments available to extremely low-income individuals. The general assistance offices across the state should fund certified recovery houses, not only because it's discriminatory not to, but simply for the fact that we cannot afford to lose a single bed of affordable housing options. Everything must be on the table. We also believe that recovery residences should abide by a basic set of evidence-based safety standards as outlined by the national best practices. Under current Maine state law, anyone, anywhere can rent a house, market it as a recovery residence, and are hypothetically eligible for public monies, except for in the Maine State Housing Grant for recovery residences and some municipalities where the general assistance offices due to the issues already outlined, regardless of their qualifications to run a house or the intent surrounding running a house. For many of our community members, houses that are not certified have caused great harm to their recovery process. We do not believe that this is a good stewardship of taxpayers' money or helpful to people seeking recovery. We are asking your committee to ensure that if taxpayers' dollars are being used to fund a house, that the house is responsible to an oversight body that provides a way for people living in the houses to file grievances and a decertification process in the case of extreme ethical violations. We believe that this process helps to ensure the safety of the people living in the house and that the communities that the houses are located in. Several states have established policies or legislation to ensure that only recovery residences that meet national standards receive state or local funding. Indiana and Pennsylvania have enacted legislation that makes the receipt of state and local funds dependent on meeting these standards. While not
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. While not in legislation, Ohio has made a certification a requirement in order to receive public fundings. We are also in support of Representative Justin Fecto's proposed amendment, and we ask you to vote ought to pass as amended. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Are there any questions from the committee members? I don't see any. So before we go to Mr. Flagg, I'll give Senator Baldacci a chance to introduce himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Baldacci. I represent Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Mr. Flagg. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm here to speak in support of LD 964. My name is Bill Flagg and I reside in Stockholm, Maine. I've spent 41 years as Director of Community Relations and Development at Cary Medical Center in Caribou. I'm a volunteer and treasurer of the Board of Directors for the Center for the Advancement of Rural Living, a nonprofit 501c3 organization based in Caribou. The organization is the owner of the Caribou Recovery House, a Mars certified alcohol and drug-free living environment for men in recovery. Our house was opened in August 2020. Many volunteers, including students from Loring Job Corps, Center, and members of our board worked many hours during the summer and fall of 2020 to complete much-needed interior renovations of the property. Our house supports 5 men in recovery, excuse me, and has a house manager. The house has received tremendous community support. House residents have done a lot of volunteer work in the community, and the men live with the rules and regulations as established by MAR guidelines that Dr. Springle discussed earlier. A number of our residents have referred to us through the criminal justice system. Recovery housing is a critical player in helping recently incarcerated men find a place of support and camaraderie. Without such resource, these men often end up right back in the same environments that lead to incarceration. To date, not a single resident of our house has returned to jail since living at the recovery house. It is our hope to open a MAR certified women's recovery house in Caribou in the near future. The serious issue of opiate addiction and overdose deaths is what led our organization to establish the Caribou Recovery House. Even with this new resource, we are still losing young men and women in Aroostook County. More such facilities are badly needed. We have had a waiting list, and it is so frustrating to tell men looking for this option that there is no room at the inn. What is important is that we not only have additional such housing options, but they are operated under strict guidelines as designed by the Maine Association of Recovery Residences. These guidelines help to provide infrastructure and grounding to men who live in the house and establish a strong foundation for new house managers and owners. My certification helps to ensure that the houses maintain a safe, secure environment and that they are worthy of ongoing support. I urge this committee to support LD 964 with an ought to pass committee recommendation. Thank you for your consideration and for providing me the opportunity to deliver these remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flagg. Are there any questions for him? I don't see any. Thank you again for being here. Next, we'll go to David Getchell. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is David Getchell, and I am a resident of Gray. I am coming to you today to testify in favor of LD 964, an act to expand access to certified substance use disorder recovery resident services. You've heard from a lot of people in the management side of recovery houses and stuff. I come to you as someone who has a lot of family and friends in various stages of drug use and recovery. I have loved ones who have had a hard time accessing some of the services that the state should be providing. One of my loved ones had to travel outside of the state to enter a recovery residence because they had such a hard time finding a bed here. And you know, that person had the ability and the privilege and the means to do that, to be able to travel to another state and get into a program. And that's just not the case for so many other people. And so I just really want to reiterate that these people are amazing people. You've heard from some already today, but giving them a second chance to make good on their potential in this world is something that we need to do just as human beings. They're worthy of love and recognition, and we need to make sure that our laws reflect that. And so LD 964 would eliminate discrimination against people who are seeking recovery. And it also maintains strict guidelines so that we don't have places that are pretending to be recovery residences that are really only doing more harm than good. In closing, I'd like to thank you for your time and urge you to vote ought to pass. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions for Mr. Getchell? I don't see any, sir. Thank you for being here and taking the time to testify. We'll go now to Erica Farnloff. Welcome.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Service Committee. My name is Erica Farnloff, and I am a resident of the town of Pembroke, located in Washington County. I am here to testify in favor of LD 964, an act to expand access to certified substance use disorder recovery resident services. This bill is important to people in recovery because it not only makes sure that they receive the same general assistance benefits as everyone else in the same municipality, but it also ensures that all residents have a safe place to live. The bill is important because it creates accountability for public funds by requiring recovery residences that receive state or local dollars to be certified by the Maine Association of Recovery Residences. I am here today on my personal time and as a member of the recovery community, but let me speak to you about what I do for work. As the Division Manager of Healing and Recovery for Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, I have seen firsthand how hard hit our tribal communities have been by addiction and lack of recovery resources that support both the healing of our individual tribal members that live with substance use disorder and the communities as a whole. Through health surveys, needs assessments, and interviews conducted with tribal leadership, it was shown that there was an extremely pressing need for culturally supportive and safe recovery housing for tribal members living with substance use disorder. Wabanaki Healing and Recovery was founded in 2020 as a focus on recovery and wellness services. Wabanaki Healing and Recovery houses the Center of Wabanaki Healing and Recovery, an Indigenous substance use treatment disorder and healing center, and Opportunity House, a recovery home for those with substance use disorder. Opportunity House is the first recovery residence for Indigenous men to be opened in the state of Maine, is in the final stages of the certification process through the MAR, through MAR. Being a part of this process has highlighted how important it is to have consistent set of guidelines to which all recovery residences in the state of Maine are held accountable. The certification process is designed so that individuals living with substance use disorder have access to healthy, safe, and supportive living communities. This is vitally important to the healing and recovery of all residents within these programs. Having a safe and supportive living situation is only part of the recovery process. As a woman in long-term recovery and through the work I am a part of within the tribal communities in Maine, having equitable access to general assistance funds is key to allowing our community members living in recovery residences to build a solid foundation in recovery. Financial insecurity is detrimental to this foundation. Equitable access is the operative word. People living with substance use disorder face stigma from the public every day. They are coming into recovery residences with very little resources. Some come from incarceration, some from homelessness. The stigma that they face comes in many forms, but two of the most prevalent are housing and access to financial security. LD 964 will commit each municipality in the state of Maine to grant residents living in certified recovery houses the same access to general assistance as every other member of the community. This equitable distribution will help set the foundation in recovery and financial independence. In closing, I would like to thank the committee for your time and urge you to vote ought to pass. And I'm open for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Farnloff? Yes, Representative Perry.
Actually, I don't have a question, but I want to thank her for speaking up and the work that she is doing within the tribal community. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Perry.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wonder whether the state of Maine laws extend into the tribal communities for encouraging them to use their general assistance for this.
I right now am under the impression that I'm sorry, our tribal members do apply for general assistance as the housing is outside of tribal reserves. So our house is located in Bangor, and it's open to any Indigenous member of the Indigenous community throughout the state of Maine, whether they are Wabanaki or other tribal members. So it would be open to anybody. So yes, they would be requesting general assistance.
Thank you. So there's a lot of reference to services for men and wonder how prevalent our missing services for women is.
So we are actively working on building a recovery home for women as well. The men, we have a very large need in our community for a safe and consistent recovery program for men. We do work in conjunction with a house in Millinocket to help support our women in recovery at the moment. And we are actively building a recovery residence for women, and that's in its beginning stages right now.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions, so thank you for being here, Ms. Farmoff.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Ian Kirkham. Would you unmute and join us?
Dear Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Ian Kirkham. I am a resident of Union, Maine. I am the manager of the Friends House, men's residence in Rockland. We are MAR certified and have been since our inception in 2018. I am a person in recovery, and service to my community is a major part of my personal recovery. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 964, an act to expand access to certified substance use disorder recovery residence services. This bill is important to people in recovery because it ensures that they receive the same general assistance benefits as anyone else in the same municipality. The bill is also important because it creates accountability for public funds by recovery residences that receive state or local dollars to be certified by the Maine Association of Recovery Residences. The men that reside in our house regularly come to us in need of financial assistance. When I first started in this position, general assistance would provide residents the full amount of rent, $600 for at least 1 month. In November, we had an influx of new residents, which required which required assistance for rent. We submitted several applications and were then informed that our residents only qualified for $238.70 a month. This change has caused us to look elsewhere for rental assistance for our residents. The Friends House relies on rent to keep the doors open and to provide the services we offer. The Mid-Coast Recovery Coalition has worked tirelessly to be certified by the Maine Association of Recovery Residences and is actively working with MAR to ensure that more residences will follow our lead. This licensing ensures that our facility is doing our absolute best to not only help our residents, but also remain a contributing member of our community. In closing, I would like to thank the committee for your time and urge you to vote ought to pass. I'm willing to answer any questions you may have. Sincerely, Ian Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkham. Are there any questions for him? I don't see any, so thank you for being here. Before we go on to some more testimony in favor, I'll just remind people that we hear everyone who supports a bill first, and then we hear the folks who are opposed, and then we hear the folks who are neither for nor against. So there are additional people to testify in support, and I don't see Israel Mosley. Let's go to Joanne Roy, if you're ready. You want to unmute yourself and join us?
Yes, thank you, and good morning. I don't know if you see me.
We can't, well, we can see, it looks pretty static, but we can see something, a picture.
Okay.
But that's okay.
Oh,
There we
here.
go.
Sorry, just the window
Welcome.
behind me. My name is Sister Joanne Roy. I'm a resident of Saco. I'm a clinical social worker working in the social work field with substance abuse for 25 years. I've been a member of the drug court team, working with probation. I've also been director of Esther Residence in Saco. We're into our 15th year. It's a residence for women, mainly coming out of incarceration, treatment, hospital, or referred by drug court and probation. We ask that they come in if they can with $50 to get on their feet, and then from there they apply to GA. And 99% are not working when they come. And so, so our experience with GA has varied over the years. They started by helping, and then in a few years, they were told, you made your bed and sleep in it. So we didn't provide any help, so we weren't sending anybody to be insulted. And then they had a new director, and the director, we could rely that they would get help, and we charged $500 a month. They would get the help for the first month, and So that continued. Then they got a new director more recently. And the last person that went, one got $274.21. Another one got $334 for the month. So we've seen all those changes. So when I heard that this would be a state ruling with a standard for the state, I certainly like that idea that we can rely on and to refer somebody to get on their feet if they need it. If they're working, there's no need for it. And then I'm very much in favor of this whole legislative 694 to have an overseeing body. I've been working with probation, and a few years ago they were saying, you know, we don't know which houses, you know, are appropriate to refer our clients to. So to have an overseeing body like this certainly gives people a standard that is being followed. So it's very important. We've been part of MAR for the past 2 years. The application is very reasonable, something any residents should have, and they would help if they don't have what is needed. It's only been helpful, especially during this COVID time, to have a body that can provide you the information. We exchange you know, issues with each other, how to resolve some of the issues. So it's been only a benefit to us to be part of this body in the last couple of years. So I just want to end by thanking all of you. I just have such a respect for representatives and senators who work for us in the state, and especially on the Health and Human Services, which is dear to my heart, committee. So thank you very much, and I am very much in support of this entire 964. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Thank you. Are there any questions to committee? I don't see any, Ms. Royce. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go back to Israel Mosley, whose internet is reestablished apparently. Welcome.
Sorry about that. I was having technical difficulties right when it was my turn.
Never happens to us any more than 3 or 4 times a day.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Michael Israel Mosley. I'm a resident of Waterville. We've heard a lot today, and it started out with a phrase, hope not hotels. And we've heard a lot from one side of this equation, but the part that you haven't heard from is the hotel part. I actually am a hotel worker. I am a hotel manager. I'm also a person who has struggled with alcohol in their life and have been in recovery and have received services for this. And what I need people to understand is that, yes, some of the things that people have been saying are absolutely true. It is much cheaper for you to put somebody into a recovery residence than to go through a hotel through GA. That's just a simple fact. We have a completely different business model because we are a business, and a residency is a residency. Completely different things. On the same token, we have a housing shortage. We have a homelessness crisis. We have a spike in the opioid epidemic again. And hotels aren't equipped to handle all of these problems. And you have to be equipped to handle all of these problems to do something for people that actually matters. It's hard. Like, we want to help as much as we can. Like, helping our community is a good thing for us, and we enjoy it. But at the same time, we can only do so much because these people come to us with problems that we aren't equipped or trained to handle. And we shouldn't have to handle all of those problems. And it's not just substance use. We get people with mental health issues. We get people whose houses have burned down. We get everything. And anything that can alleviate that just a little bit right now goes a long way, because we're all stressed. I don't know if people understand this, but like, hotel workers have been at the front of this from the beginning, and we have been hammered. And it is costly for us too as businesses, but as humans, it is taking a toll. And that's just what I want to present to you, to just from the other side, that there are issues with this, and we understand it as a business. I understand it as a person. I understand it from that background. And I think that you should pass this, or vote ought to pass, so that way we can get some of these services to people without having to rely on people who aren't trained to help them.
Thank you, Mr. Mosley. There's a question from Representative Madigan.
I just want to welcome Mr. Mosley. He's a neighbor and a really strong advocate. And thanks for giving us that perspective from people who work in hotels this morning.
Okay, thank you, sir. And next we'll go to Mr. Sarback, Attorney Sarback.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the committee. I'm Jonathan Sarback. I'm the district attorney here in Cumberland County and a resident of Cape Elizabeth. I'm here in support of LD 964. As many of you know, the criminal justice system, many people who are involved in the court system and with law enforcement have substance use disorder, and we are constantly looking for resources in which we can place somebody or have somebody go as an alternative to incarceration, a place where they're going to stay in their recovery and have those supports. And one of the reasons that we as prosecutors support 964 is because it provides for more opportunity and more resources for individuals who are suffering from substance use disorder. I've been working with MAR for the last few years and know what kind of organization they have. They create an accountability system along with a safety system. So we know that if somebody is going to a sober house or recovery residence, that's going to be a place that's going to be safe for that individual. I operate on the edict that every person's recovery is their own. There's not a one size fits all, and we want to have more options available, but we want to have safe options for people out there. And I think 964 provides not just for the certification, but also for the opportunity with general assistance being available to many people who access these services. We know that recovery residents are key to reducing recidivism in the criminal justice system, to actually getting to that root cause, which sometimes spirals and creates a situation where somebody does get involved with law enforcement in the criminal justice system. And we think that this LD will create a great opportunity to expand recovery residences throughout the state of Maine. In Cumberland County, we're very lucky that we have numerous recovery residences. We could always use more, just like everybody, but we think that this will provide a much better opportunity for more recovery residences, safe recovery residences throughout the state of Maine, and that's why we are in support of that. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of Attorney Sarback? Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question so much as an appreciation to my own Cumberland County District Attorney, DA Sarback, and I really appreciate the upstream examination and the collaboration from law enforcement to treat substance use disorder as a treatable condition. So thank you. Thank you for testifying.
Representative.
Thank you for being here then, Attorney Sarback.
Thank you.
And now we'll go to Lenny Smith. If you'd care to unmute and join us.
Hi there. My name's Lenny Smith, and I'm a person in long-term recovery. And I've also been working in the field of treatment for the last 16 and a half years. So I've got a lot of experience with the struggles of people who suffer from substance use disorder and, in their efforts to get well. And I'm intimately familiar with the types of services that, are likely to increase their odds of successfully changing their lives. I'm employed by an organization called the Plymouth House. We operate an inpatient treatment center in Plymouth, New Hampshire, and we operate aftercare recovery residences here in Portland. We've got a total of 5 recovery residences that we operate here. And I'm also a partner in Pine Tree Recovery Center, which is a detox and an IOP. So, you know, I'm pretty deeply immersed in this. And I think that first of all, I wanted to thank you for having us all. And Representative Fecto, thanks so much for your introducing this bill and your presentation this morning, as you hit so many of the important points relative to this bill. You know, we've heard person after person point out that economically, LD 963 just makes good sense. It's much better use of taxpayer funds than putting someone with substance use disorder in a hotel. You know, it does, you know, you've addressed the problem of homelessness, but if they have co-occurring, you know, if they also suffer from substance use disorder, being isolated by themselves in a hotel room is probably the least safe option we could give them. If you know, when somebody's willing to make the difficult decision to place themselves in a setting that's designed to help promote recovery, they immediately gain recovery capital in the form of access to the social benefits of the social model of recovery, I guess. A community of people who like
30
themselves.
seconds, please.
30 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, they in a hotel room, they don't have access to naloxone. MAR has created and NAR have established very, very sensible standards for sober housing. They also have been great in terms of providing PPE during the COVID crisis, information about how to manage COVID. You know, there are a whole variety of reasons that people are safer in recovery residences than in a hotel, and far less likely to repeat the behaviors that have, you know, kind of keep them marginalized. And so I'm strongly in favor of LD 964, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions for him? I don't see any. So now we can go to Marshall Mercer. Welcome.
Hello, dear Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Marshall Mercer, and I'm a resident of Washington County and an organizer for MERAP. I'm a father, a husband, a recovery coach, a student of University of Maine in Machias, and the coordinator of Down East Recovery Sports Center in Machias. I am also a student of recovery. And what I mean by that is, as I walk my path of recovery, I will remain teachable in my walk, understanding there will always be something new to learn in my walk as I support the recovery community. As a taxpayer who supports the recovery community, I would like my tax money to support that community as well. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 964, an act to expand access to the certified substance use disorder recovery resident services. This bill is important to people in recovery because it makes sure that they receive the same general assistance benefits as anyone else in the same municipality. The bill is also important because it creates accountability for the public funds by requiring recovery residents that receive state or local dollars to be certified by national standards. I am not currently in recovery residence, but I spent over a year in one, and it was there where I found my pathway of recovery, and I have been serving my recovery community since. And what once was a dark place has now become a glimmer of hope, and that light was found in recovery and God. In closing, I would like to thank the committee for your time and urge to vote to pass. I am willing to answer any questions you may have. Sincerely, a student of recovery, Marshall Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Are there any questions of this testimony? I don't see any, sir. Thank you for taking the time to be here.
Have a good day.
You too. Next, we'll go to Molly Higgins. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Good morning, committee. My name is Molly Higgins and I live in Waterville. I am a recovery ally and a student at Colby College, and work for the Maine Drug Policy Lab. Today, I'm here to read testimony on behalf of Karen Hardy. Dear Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Karen Hardy, and I am a resident of Belgrade, Maine. I'm a mental health and addiction counselor, mother of a child in recovery from substance use, and a taxpayer in the state. For all of these reasons, I am in support of this bill. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 964, an act to expand access to certified substance use disorder recovery resident services. This bill is important to people in recovery because it makes sure they receive the same general assistance benefits as anyone else in the same municipality. The bill is also important because it creates accountability for public funds by requiring recovery residences that receive state or local dollars to be certified by the Maine Association of Recovery Residences. I believe that individuals trying to live without substances and re-entering the community, either following a stay in jail or prison or a treatment program, should have the best opportunities possible to do so. That means they deserve a safe residence with the same opportunities for state support as other individuals. My son spent short periods of time in recovery residences, and it was extremely difficult to earn a living and support himself without some supports. Some of the residences he resided in were not certified or overseen by any regulations of the state, so they were not in the state of Maine, but they were very unsafe and unhealthy environments that he was in due to those residences not being certified. As a taxpayer, I would like to see state funds be dispersed without bias or discrimination of any kind. Certified residences will be crucial to the safety of those residing in them. And as a professional in the mental health and addiction field, I could know that there is some oversight and precautions being taken for those who might be considered vulnerable. In closing, I would like to thank the committee for your time and urge you to vote ought to pass. I am willing to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for presenting that testimony. Are there any questions of Ms. Higgins? I don't see anything. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Shea, if you want to unmute and join us, we'd like to hear your testimony. Are you there, Mr. O'Shea? It looks like you're still on mute if you are. So why don't we go to Mr. Wayman for right now?
Good morning, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Richard Hooks Wayman, and I am here to testify in support of LD 964 on behalf of Volunteers of America, Northern New England. Volunteers of America, Northern New England is a statewide nonprofit and faith-based organization dedicated to serving those in need. I serve as the president and CEO for VOA here in Maine. Our administrative offices are in Brunswick, and I personally reside in Portland. During the past year, in the midst of the COVID pandemic, Volunteers of America opened its first recovery residence program, Twilight Drive Recovery House in Scarborough. Without the support and funding by the Department of Health and Human Services and Maine Housing, this residential program would not have been possible. Despite the challenges of conducting any direct service or social service program during the pandemic, Volunteers of America believed this program was absolutely needed in Maine. As you are aware, more people died of opioid overdoses in 2020 than in any previous year. VOA, as a mission-driven organization serving low-income and disabled populations, believe that our organization must respond to the critical shortage of affordable and supportive housing options in our state. Additionally, we felt that it was important that our new program become certified by the Maine Association of Recovery Residences as a Level 3 recovery residence. True healing begins with a warm and welcoming home, but also with high expectations and professionalism. Over the past few years, we have heard story after story of persons in recovery who are being charged exorbitant rents while receiving little to no quality services to enable them to succeed in recovery. The term we often heard from community stakeholders when we were thinking about designing this program was that there was a Wild West culture that allowed some landlords to set up unregulated sober homes, charge high rents for shared rooms, and then offer poor services leading to a revolving door of evictions. People in recovery deserve a chance to lead lives of self-determination and to achieve their full potential. and VOA decided to create a quality program to do just that. Without decent housing, professional social services, and connection to community resources and spiritual grounding, most individuals will not succeed in recovery or become contributing members of our society. Recovery residences should be high-quality homes with professional social services, standards, and policies. LD 964 furthers these goals and will save lives. I would welcome any of you to come and look at our programs. We're opening our doors to anyone who wants to see Twilight Drive, and hope that you'll take me up on my offer sometime. But I also want to thank you for your public service, and I thank you for considering my remarks in support of LD 964. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wayman. Thank you for being here. Are there any questions for him? I don't see any, sir, but thank you again for being here. We're now hooked up with Mr. O'Shea. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee, thank you for your service. My name is Paul O'Shea, and I am a resident of Falmouth. I have been involved in the Greater Portland recovery community for over 32 years. I thank God daily and grateful beyond words that I had the help I needed when I started my recovery from drugs and alcohol. And I'm one of the lucky ones that has been able to sustain long-term sobriety. There is no way I could have done it alone. I am here to testify in favor of LD 964, an act to expand access to certified substance use disorder recovery resident services. This bill is important to people in recovery because it makes sure that they receive the same general assistance benefits as anyone else in the municipality. The bill is also important because it creates accountability for public funds by requiring recovery residents who receive state or local dollars to be certified by the Maine Association of Recovery Residences, MAR. I come before you today wearing two hats. The first, I am very proud board member of MAR, an organization doing a great job supporting the safety and effectiveness of sober houses in Maine. The second is being a sober house manager. Last year, I came out of semi-retirement and had the great pleasure of opening and managing a brand new sober house in Scarborough, operated by one of Maine's most people-caring agencies in our state, Volunteers of America. My first experience trying to obtain GA funds was for a gentleman just leaving the Maine State Prison, who had obtained sobriety in prison and wanted a safe place to live. I contacted the town of Scarborough and asked about getting GA assistance and was told that their policy was a lifetime maximum of $250 and he would need to sign a paper agreeing to pay those funds back. This was of no help, and thankfully my agency, Volunteers of America, through fundraising, was able to cover the first month's rent. I feel that all municipalities should be in the same ballpark as far as amount of funds given to folks needing housing, and that sober houses are treated fairly. I believe the amount needed to even come close to filling the need of newly sober Mainers statewide.
30 seconds, Mr. O'Shea.
Thank you. Will need more help from the state and not just count on faith-based or nonprofits to cover the need. Sober houses really work. I have seen it firsthand. We need more statewide. In closing, I would like to thank the committee for their time and urge you to vote ought to pass. I am willing to answer any questions. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. O'Shea. Yes, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. O'Shea, I really appreciate the work that you and others on in MAR are doing on the board. I'm not sure if you or Ms. Webb would be the best person to ask this, but how is the board of MAR selected? Are you elected? Are you appointed? Are you like how does that get? What's the governance there?
If Allison Webb is still available, I would like her, being the president, to answer that question. I will say we are a very professional board of very diverse backgrounds, some in recovery, some managing sober houses, some not. and we are looking to expand actually a couple of seats on the board.
We can ask Anna to get an answer for that question in anticipation of the work session.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. O'Shea. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir, for being here. There are several Paul O'Sheas. Are there really two, or is there only one?
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Donovan. Go ahead.
Hi, sorry. Easy. Sorry about that. My apologies. That would definitely happen to me. Let's see. I got my video on. I'm so sorry about the dog. Good morning, senators and representatives and the members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Thank you so much for having me this morning. My name is Shay Donovan. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm a woman in long-term recovery. I got sober in a recovery residence right here in Portland about 2 years ago. I spent 16 months living and then managing in women's sober houses. I support the recovery community, and for me, that means making access to safe recovery housing available to all who want it. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 964, an act to expand access to certified substance use disorder recovery resident services. This bill is important to people in recovery because it makes sure that they receive the same GA benefits as anyone else in the same municipality. This bill is also important because it credits accountability for the public funds by requiring recovery residences that receive state or local dollars to be certified by the Maine Association of Recovery Residences, or MAR. Yeah, I have struggled with substance abuse disorder since about the age of 15. And in 2012, I moved to Maine with the hopes of trying to rebuild my life and trying to begin my journey in recovery. It took many years and lots of support for me to establish my recovery. And I was blessed to have the opportunity to enter into sober living. And that's like really where I was able to build the foundation that I needed to live a life in recovery. Within sober living, that was a place where I was able to learn how to be like a productive member of society again through lots of support and guidance. As I said before, I spent 16 months in a MAR certified recovery residence. And I was definitely able to see firsthand the standards that these houses were held to.
30 seconds, Ms. Donovan.
Great, thanks. It was really evident that safety was a priority for the women who lived in these houses. For example, it was mandated that there was Narcan on every floor. Another great example that I saw was the importance of being during the pandemic. MAR was on top of making sure the houses and the women within it were given the adequate information that they needed. Yeah, and my time living and managing in recovery housing, it was apparent that people's financial background was a barrier for some folks getting the help they desperately needed. Making general assistance benefits accessible to all persons in recovery is crucial in bridging the gap of inequality, and will work to breaking down the stigma associated with recovery people. In closing, I would like to thank you all for your time and urge you to vote ought to pass. And I'd be willing to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Donovan. Are there any questions for her? I don't hear any. We'll add your puppy to the list of parrots, cats, and dogs who've also joined the hearings.
So sorry. Thank you.
No problem. Next, we'll go to Teresa Mastrusolo. And I apologize for what I just did to your last name.
That's okay. It's not uncommon, especially up here. It's Mastrocolo.
Okay.
Dear Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Teresa Mastrocolo. I'm a resident of Camden, Maine. I am a woman in recovery, 4 years going. I got sober up here in Maine. I'm also the manager of 63 Washington, which is a women's recovery residence here in Camden. We are MAR certified. We have been since our inception about a year and a half ago. We work very closely with MAR in making sure that our house maintains these high standards. Also, being a person in recovery, regardless of my job, being of service to my community while helping people that are affected by addiction is a huge, huge part of what I feel is important. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 964, an act to expand access to certified substance use disorder recovery resident services. You have heard how important this bill is to people in recovery. Since our house has opened its doors, we have helped women achieve solid long-term recovery while they're acclimating back to work and family relationships. While living here, my residents volunteer and work in the community, and quite a few of them stay here in this community once they leave our residence. Often when a resident arrives, though, they need help paying their rent while they get settled in and they find work. We have never successfully had a resident receive any help from the General Assistance Fund. They're often made to feel like they're not worthy of receiving help. They're required to show all sorts of different paperwork and stuff, most of which they don't have because they don't actually have any bills here. And it just has never, ever been a good experience. Financial worries obviously are a huge stressor in early recovery. And this often leads to a resident attempting to work too many hours when they first get here, which we really caution against. It makes things too stressful when work becomes a bigger priority over recovery. Here at the Mid-Coast Recovery Coalition, we've worked tirelessly to be certified by MAR. And we are actively working with MAR to ensure that more residences will follow our lead. We actively participate in a lot of different organizations and boards to keep helping more houses receive this licensing. This licensing will ensure that our facility is doing our best, not only to help our residents, but to remain a contributing member of our community. In closing, I would like to thank the committee for your time. I urge you to vote ought to pass. I am willing to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions for Ms. Mastrocolo? I don't see any. And that will conclude the testimony of those who are in favor. We've been sitting for about an hour and a half. I'd like to take a 5-minute break and come back at 10:30 to hear from folks who are opposed and some who are neither for nor against. So unless the committee wants to make other arrangements, let's take a 5-minute break and be back. Thank you. Looks like we're back and can get started again. I see a number of folks who are queued up to testify against, starting with Ms. Rennie. If you want to unmute and join us, we'll hear your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Rennie. I'm a resident of Lewiston, and I'm the executive director of Journey House Recovery. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization that operates 5 low barrier recovery residences across Maine, including in some of the communities that have been hit hardest by the opioid epidemic: Sanford, Lewiston, and Auburn. I love doing this work. All 6 of us Journey House staff members are survivors of substance use disorder and incarceration, and we're all dedicated to operating the sort of programs that help some of the most vulnerable people in Maine get their lives back on track. Journey House Recovery as an organization has always believed strongly in the set of operating standards put forward by NAR, the National Alliance of Recovery Residences, and not the physical standards around the amount of space that each resident gets in their bedrooms or the ratio between the number of beds to the number of bathrooms, which is most of what MAR currently inspects for, but also the more intangible values that the NAR standards describe, which MAR doesn't really look at. With Journey House, all 5 of our programs collaborate closely with Maine's professional behavioral health system, as well as Maine's criminal justice system at both the county and state level. Last year, 4 of our 5 housing programs were included in the Maine State Housing Authority's pilot program. And the $130,000 that we received from the government through that program proved vital in enabling us to provide well over 8,000 nights of high quality recovery housing last year alone to our residents, many of whom are very low income. Unfortunately, as warmly as I feel about the NAR standards, I just don't hold that sort of fondness for MAR. If MAR is supposed to be a professional licensing board, then why don't any of their leaders have experience running the sort of publicly funded, medically integrated houses that Journey House operates and that Maine needs so badly? If they want to have so much public authority, why does their board always meet behind closed doors? MAR also doesn't really like the shared trade association of all of us recovery residence operators. The truth is that the MAR board has never offered me or any of the other Journey House leaders a vote or a say in any of their decisions. In fact, MAR's leadership just doubled our organization's mandatory dues and made it clear if we didn't immediately pay almost $500 to their private association, our organization's public funding would be in jeopardy. As such, I strongly recommend that the members of the HHS committee vote to table this proposed legislation until such time as the Office of Behavioral Health is prepared to offer an accountable, competent, and trustworthy approach to doing this work. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions of Ms. Rennie?
Good morning, but I'm like, yeah, it was.
I don't see any. Thank you for being here. Next, we'll go to Ms. Wheaton. If you'd unmute and join us, we'd want to hear your testimony.
Hi, my name is Heidi Wheaton. I'm the executive director of Breaking the Cycle, which is a recovery residency for women in Millinocket, Maine. We opened last summer during the pandemic, and we have been able to remain open from the support of MAR and also the Maine State Housing Association. Excuse me. We have been able to take in women that have been sex trafficked, that have been in domestic violence situations, that have been able to come out of the jails in a reentry plan in order to be able to get their needs met for their substance use disorder issues. We are a level 3 recovery residency here in Millinocket, which means that they're very engaged in a structured facility with 24-hour staffing. We would not have been able to provide this had we not had the support from the Maine State Housing Association and their funding. Most of the women that come here are either indigent or have little to no means and monies to pay for their cost of being here in this residence. It is much less, obviously, than being in a motel room, than bouncing in and out of the ERs, the crisis units, in and out of treatment facilities that continue to not be long enough to be able to meet their need, in my opinion. I have been a huge supporter of Ron Spears, Springle and Brittany in being able to get all of their support from MAR. My concern is that currently, if you are not part of the MAR Association, you do not qualify, and I would not have qualified to be a part of the pilot program for the Maine State Housing Association. It is a nonprofit private organization that is elected within themselves. It is not a democratic process from the people that are involved in the MAR Association. And so to be able to be part of the Maine State Housing Association, I believe that that should somehow be a separate entity in order to be able to have the licensure in whatever means or certification that we need to be checked. And I know that here in Millinocket, we've had everybody from code enforcement to fire marshals to MAR to Maine State Housing Association to insurance companies to everybody that we could possibly have involved
30
in being
seconds,
able,
Ms. Livingston.
in being able to make sure that we were up, and running and having a safe environment. Again, my only concern here is that if you're not part of the MAR Association, then you do not qualify to be part of this state funding. And that in itself raises questions for me. So I would like to see that as a separate entity. I would like this possibly tabled until we can get further information. Thank you for your time, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheaton. Are there questions for her? I don't see any, so thank you again for taking the time to testify. That'll bring us to Mr. Korobkin. Welcome, sir.
Hey, thank you, Senator Claxton. My name's Rob Korobkin. I own and operate the Courage House in Gorham. It's a 20-bed men's recovery and reentry house. I also serve as both a landlord and board member for 2 other recovery housing organizations. In total, I oversee 7 recovery residences and around 70 recovery housing beds across the state, making me one of the single largest providers of recovery housing here in Maine. As everybody today has said, standards are vital. For one, people in early recovery are vulnerable. If the public doesn't keep them safe, they won't be. And 2, if Maine's going to spend more money on recovery houses, whether from GA, as folks are talking about, or elsewhere, we've got to know who should get that money and who shouldn't. As far as I can tell, most of us agree on what to do. The question is how. Yes, this is urgent, but this legal system that we're talking about today could be on the books for 100 years or more. Let's do this right. As I see it, Maine already has a standard way of doing this exact thing. Look at osteopaths. There's a private trade association, the Maine Osteopathic Association, which is just like MAR, and then a separate publicly operated Board of Osteopathic Licensure. For funeral parlors, there's a private Maine Funeral Directors Association, and then a publicly operated Maine State Board of Funeral Service. You guys get the point. There's at least 35 places with both a publicly operated board that handles certification and then a private trade association that advocates for the industry. And the reason we do this is obvious. It's a conflict of interest. Private trade associations like MAR, they don't represent the public interest. In fact, legally, as a private trade association, MAR isn't even chartered to represent sober house workers, residents, or the community at large. And here's the thing, frankly, it's not supposed to be. People like me who own sober houses, we deserve to have a private body that advocates for our shared private material interests, both here in Augusta and elsewhere. Same as people practicing any trade. So as such, I don't actually think MAR's doing anything wrong. But whoever's leading MAR right now, we're not talking about them. What we're talking about is a system and not individuals. And the public has a right to be kept safe by public bodies that answer to you guys, our elected officials, not these private interests. And the truth is, you know what? I might sometimes be at odds with a publicly operated board, but at
30
least
seconds, Rob.
At least with a public board, there would be objective and professional people with no conflict of interest adjudicating those disagreements. There would be licensed behavioral health folks in active practice, public officials, people with personal experience actually operating publicly funded recovery houses, not one of which MAR leadership currently contains. This stuff's life or death. And the reasons Dave Sheridan gave against a publicly operated body, that it's expensive and burdensome, we can manage that. But what won't work is a private social club with minimal qualifications, no transparency or due process. Everybody wants the government to do something. The government, you guys, you should do something. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kropkin. Are there any questions of him? I don't see any. Thank you again for being here. And now we'll go to Ms. Boyce.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Rosie Boyce. I'm a person in long-term recovery, and I am the program director for Journey House Recovery Auburn Women's Residence. I'm also an organizer with the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project. 12 years ago, when I first stopped using intravenous drugs, I was blessed to have the opportunity to spend 9 months living at the Crossroads Back Cove Recovery Residence in Portland. It saved my life. I never had to pay a dollar for it. Maine Care paid for all of it. As a resident there, I received counseling, casework, support groups, and the kind of loving guidance that I needed to get my life back on track. About 10 years later, I had the opportunity to go back to Crossroads, this time as an employee, managing one of their programs. And today I split my time between working professionally as a certified intentional peer support specialist, and then my job for Journey House Recovery, overseeing a 6-bed recovery house for women in Auburn. I love this work, and I look forward to helping to open an even larger women's home in the years ahead. I do support the portion of this bill surrounding general assistance. I am fortunate that my recovery residence in Auburn has a great relationship with our local GA office, but that didn't come overnight. It took many meetings before they fully understood the important work that we do here at our program, and were willing to pay the full amount per resident. However, right across the bridge, our Lewiston Men's House only receives half for the men at their residence. Why should the women in my house receive the full amount asked for their bed, but their male counterparts only 1 mile away not? It certainly isn't for trying. There are many more residents across the state where their local GA office will not cover the rent for a sober house, but would happily put them in a hotel where they are at great risk for relapse and are lacking the vital community connection and integration at a recovery home. I guess I'd like to make 3 points here today, if I may. I know firsthand how important it is for there to be publicly funded recovery residence programs made available to survivors of substance use disorder. If I hadn't been able to go to one for free and stay for as long as I did when I first stopped using, I'm not sure I'd even be alive today. 2, that being said, over the years that I have been doing this work, I've also seen a lot of really unethical and dangerous things happen in recovery residences. I didn't get into this work overnight. It took me a decade to gain the skills necessary to do this job well, and I'm still learning things every day. Standards are so important. And lastly, as badly as I believe Maine needs to impose these sorts of standards, I have to admit that I have real concerns about the state trusting a private association like MAR to carry out this important work. As far as I can tell, there isn't anybody involved with the leadership of MAR who survived the sorts of things that I have and my residents have, like poverty, domestic violence, and incarceration, or who even has experience running the sort of high quality medically integrated residential programs that I care so much about. To tell the truth, I don't feel personally represented or included within MAR. And from what I've seen, I really don't like how MAR's leadership handles conflicts within the organization. As much as I'd like to see this bill go through eventually, I strongly recommend that the members of the HHS committee vote to table this proposed legislation until such a time as the Office of Behavioral Health is prepared to offer an accountable, competent, and trustworthy approach to doing this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Boyce. Are there any questions for her? I don't see any. Thank you for taking the time. That'll conclude the testimony that I know of for those against this proposal. That'll take us to the folks who are neither for nor against, and we'll start with Mr. Crothers.
Good morning. My name is Sean Crothers, and I'm a resident of Auburn. Thank you, Senator Claxton, and ladies and gentlemen. With a heavy heart, I come here not in full support of this bill. And so my background is I'm a man in long-term recovery. I'm also formerly incarcerated in the state, been a resident of a couple of county jails. I am the chairman of the board of the Maine Prisoner Reentry Network. We advocate for men and women as they get out of the system. And the biggest part of our agenda is housing, okay? I'm also, full disclosure, I'm a co-founder of the Courage House in Gorham, along with Mr. Korobkin. And we are coming up on a 2-year anniversary. I'm a graduate of the University of Southern Maine, and I am a recovering addict and alcoholic. When Rob and I went and looked at Courage House, it was 24 School Street, formerly the Sigma Nu Fraternity House, where I had spent plenty of evenings during my time at USM. So symbolically, it made a lot of sense to turn this place into a recovery residence. And my mission had to do with reentry and helping men when they get out of prison. And at the same time, the state of Maine had made a decision to implement what the Commissioner Liberty calls the gold standard of treatment for opioid use. And that is medication-assisted treatment. So I had experience with helping men as they were part of the pilot program from the DOC, leaving the Maine State Prison on Suboxone. And I learned a lot. I was an abstinence-based AA member and did not necessarily agree with the use of medication to help addicts. But I've grown to understand what medication-assisted treatment is all about, and it's about life. And harm reduction is about life, and it's about saving addicts from death. And so let's get straight to the point. My concern with this bill is with MAR and the potential for people who need our services to not get government assistance because they are specifically being treated on medication-assisted treatment, i.e. Suboxone. And I'm not here to give you a lesson on what Suboxone and medication-assisted treatment is, but I'm here to tell you that there is a potential for discrimination.
30 seconds, Sean.
Because not all MAR affiliated members support MAT, and certainly on the board of MAR, there are people that have been opposed to it. MAR took away Courage House certification due to a personal conflict between the board of MAR and the owner of Maine Reentry Services, i.e. Courage House. So my concern is advocating for the men and women as they get out of prison on Suboxone. And we are spending millions of dollars to treat these people. And we need to have proper oversight of how we spend money housing them. I want to support this bill. I can't support it presently, how it's going to be administered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crothers. Are there any questions for him? I don't see any, so thank you for taking time to be here. Next, we'll go to Mr. Salvas. Would you unmute and join us?
Yes, hi. I am really neither for nor against this, but after listening to all of this, it seems to me like the people that are against it, maybe it's because they have a personal issue with MAR and whatnot, or like Sean just said, because they lost the certification for a quote unquote personal reason that I tend to believe was a little more than that, but it is what it is. And I mean, I just hope you guys do the right thing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that testimony. So I don't see anybody else to testify neither for nor against. So that will conclude the public hearing portion of the consideration of LD 964. Are there any questions we'd like to ask of our analyst in preparation for a work session later? Yes, Representative Jabner.
Thank you very much, Senator Claxton. I have a couple things. Number one, just what the differences are between what the Maine housing guidelines are and then what the federal law, as the amendment that was given, states they don't want to interfere with federal law. And then number two, what are the rates that GA pays for hotel housing? If we could have that for the work session, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like some information from Maine Housing that indicates how organizations qualify for their dollars and yeah.
Okay, Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a really important hearing, and obviously testimony from all angles is really important. One thing that I thought was missing is the Office of Behavioral Health's perspective. I think that I recently learned that Mr. Frasinger was appointed or has taken the post of Social Services Recovery Manager. Seems like that's a relevant position, and I'd be interested in inviting him or some other OBH representative to the work session.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I'd like to understand if we can clarify the difference between the MAR standards and the NAR standards. That would help me in sorting through some of this. And do we have, can we get information from Maine Care about what the range of GA is for different people, different towns, different recovery houses? That's one of the things that strikes me as important. Representative Javner?
Thank you, Senator Claxton. One more thing, if we could maybe get a statement even, or not quite sure what, but from Gordon Smith, what his thoughts are concerning this bill. I know that, people in recovery is such a huge piece of fighting, the opioid addiction and substance abuse. So I just would really like to hear from Gordon what he thinks about this, if possible. Thank you.
Senator Baldacci.
Thank you. I think we need to invite representatives of the Maine Municipal Association. I don't know if that was mentioned previously. Just putting on my hat as a former city councilor. I mean, this is a mandate. Like I said before, Bangor spends over $2 million on general assistance. So this kind of thing, I want to see what the costs are going to be. I mean, I like the idea. Don't get me wrong, but it's just, I want to see what the costs are going to be. I'd like to see somebody from MMA come over here, because I know that city councils in larger cities are going to say, this is going to drive up our costs. And so I want to know the financial impact.
Okay. Is that all those questions clear enough, Anna? Okay. Any other input before we conclude our work on this bill for the day? So thank you, Representative Fecto, for bringing this forward. I also want to express the appreciation of the entire committee for the people who've been willing to step up and share some very personal experiences and struggles. And that should not go unacknowledged and or unappreciated. So thank you to all those who are still working at it and are willing to share your journey in public. So that'll conclude the consideration of LD 964 for this morning. And we'll next go on to LD 1059. And I haven't heard back from the colleague who needs to jump in as soon as possible yet. Oh, she's here. So let's not go to 1059. Let's see if Senator, I'm sorry, Representative Morales, but let's see if Senator Carney is here.
Hello, Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Can you see me? This is Victoria Morales.
Hi, Victoria. I had promised to squeeze in Senator Carney right at this point, as close to 10 as possible. We were doing that on the fly, so I apologize for a bit of a delay here.
No problem at all.
Thank you for your understanding. Senator Carney has joined us. Welcome.
Thank you. And I just want to thank my colleague, Representative Morales, for letting me go ahead so that I can fit in another bill presentation that's happening in a little bit in a different committee. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Ann Carney, representing Senate District 29, the community of South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and part of Scarborough. I'm pleased to be here today to introduce LD 1113, which is a resolve directing the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations to study and propose solutions to disparities in access to prenatal care in the state. This is an emergency measure. Our state has a significant racial disparity in access to prenatal care. Data from 2019 shows that in Maine, 90% of all women started prenatal care in the first trimester, although less than 75% of Black women had prenatal care in the first trimester. And in Maine, only 4% of all women have no prenatal care until the third trimester, while 12% of Black women in Maine had no prenatal care until the third trimester. This is worse than the national average of 10%. And with Texas, Maine is tied as the worst state in the country with regard to Black women's access to prenatal care. Maine has been working to improve both infant and maternal mortality. The Prenatal System of Care Work Group published an excellent study, which I've included a link to in the materials. It's called Understanding and Addressing the Drivers of Infant Mortality in Maine, and it was published in January of 2020. That study looked at the causes of infant mortality in Maine and has proposed improvements in perinatal care to reduce infant mortality. The study noted that for the period 2014 to 2017, infant mortality rate among Black and African American women in Maine was 1.4 times higher than the rate for white women in Maine. The study didn't delve into the racial disparity in access to care or its impact on either maternal morbidity and mortality or infant mortality. And that's really the focus of the study that this resolve would initiate. This resolve directs the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations to study the extent of disparities in access to prenatal care for racial, Indigenous, and tribal populations in Maine by both relying on data that includes interviews with women who had no prenatal visit until the third trimester or no prenatal care at all, to identify the causes of disparities in access to prenatal care, and then, of course, to recommend solutions. The resolve authorizes the Commission to submit legislation that serves to create equity in access to prenatal care in the second regular session of the 130th legislature. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1113. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Are there any questions of the senator? I don't see any, so on to presenting your other bills.
Thank you. I would like to stay on the panel for a little bit and listen to
As long as you like.
Thank you very much.
We're going to hear in speaking in favor. Dusty Sprague, is she with us in the panelist section yet?
Senator Claxton, I don't see Dusty here.
All right. So I don't see anybody else who's here to testify for. Raise your hand if you are. I don't see anybody here who's signed up to testify against, or anybody neither for nor against. So that was a short hearing of LD 1113. Thank you for introducing that, Senator Carney.
Thank you very much. Take care, everybody.
That'll include a very limited public hearing. Are there any questions we'd like to ask of our analyst before we proceed to the next bill? I don't see any. Okay. So now we'll appreciatively recognize Representative Morales and thank you for your forbearance while we squeezed in a somewhat spread out senator.
My pleasure. And she is my senator. And I'm Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and honorable committee members. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent South Portland in House District 33. And it is my great honor to present LD 1059, an act to provide substance use disorder treatment for adolescents. The state of Maine is at an important crossroads with what I believe is the greatest opportunity for reform in our systems that care for children in ways that create better human and financial outcomes at the same time, which is the perfect place to be when it comes to policy. We also have the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leverage new federal dollars to support behavioral health and crisis intervention and prevention reforms, and to be able to design the best systems of care using the most up-to-date research and science that provides the best chances of success for Maine children. I respectfully request that this committee, with the incredible expertise and power you have, dig in deep to the issues our children in the deep end of these systems are facing and approach these issues 100% with a public health lens. Maine's problems with its juvenile justice and child welfare systems have been well known for many years. Over-incarceration continues, and years of underinvestment in behavioral health and other services has left the state without adequate programs and services to meet the needs of young people. The systems still don't work well for many youth and their families, particularly youth with serious behavioral health problems, immigrant youth, African-American youth, LGBTQI+ youth, tribal youth, and youth with disabilities. In 2019, the Maine Juvenile Justice System Assessment and Reinvestment Task Force brought together legislators, leaders from state agencies, prosecutors, defense attorneys, representatives of service providers, youth and adults with lived experience with the juvenile justice systems, parents, crime victims, and advocates to review the current juvenile justice system and identify recommendations for reform. The task force qualitative data summary and analysis provides the following facts. For detained youth, those are pre-adjudicated youth. 45% of detention cases, the alleged offense was not a crime against a person. In 53% of the cases, the reason for detention was to provide care for the youth. A large portion of youth were assessed as low or moderate risk needs, whether before, during, or after their stay at Long Creek. In 47% of cases, youth were held in detention for 3 days or less, suggesting they were not significant public safety risks. Many youth are in detention due to a lack of community-based alternatives, wait lists for existing programs, and technical violations of release and probation. For committed youth, these are youth who have been adjudicated in the court. 26% of youth came to Long Creek from a residential placement prior to commitment to the DOC. In 42% of committed cases, the adjudicated offense was not a crime against a person. A large portion of youth were assessed as low or moderate risk needs, whether before, during, or after their stay at Long Creek. Committed youth had long lengths of stay, with low risk youth staying substantially longer than high risk youth. High risk were about 321 days. Moderate risk were 535 days, and low risk were 580 days of stay in Long Creek. 69% of youth received behavioral health services from Maine Care in the years prior to their commitment. 65% of youth had a history of at least one child welfare investigation, and 45% of committed youth had at least one indicated or substantiated investigation. And 18% of the youth incarcerated in Long Creek received treatment for substance use disorder prior to incarceration. This data that I just read you is directly from the Juvenile Justice Systems Assessment Task Force that I talked about, which I also served on. This we know. Children are incarcerated for their care in Maine. Children are incarcerated because we don't invest in the treatment they need for behavioral health and substance use disorder. Yet we continue to invest $660,000 per year per child to incarcerate them. There are 26 children incarcerated today, staffed by 175 staff members. It costs $18 million to operate Long Creek per year, which is federally licensed as a maximum security prison for adults. I work with young people who are transitioning into adulthood who grew up at Long Creek. They are now dealing with the trauma they experienced at Long Creek, on top of the ACEs and community trauma they experienced before they were incarcerated. We can and must do better by these children. In fact, I believe it's our duty. According to the task force report, quote, if a continuum of a sufficient number of community-based programs and services had been available, and if available programs and services were used more efficiently, many of those youth, perhaps most, could have avoided incarceration in Long Creek. I believe it is time for Maine to definitively state as our policy that we do not incarcerate children and use the criminal justice system to quote unquote help children who need treatment and support. We must invest in the treatment they need. As many of you know, I work in housing. At my job, we provide supportive housing for folks who have experienced homelessness, many of whom are in recovery, many of whom are justice involved. Based on the hundreds of families we have served, I would argue that poverty is the primary catalyst of the extreme crisis approximately 42,000 Maine households are facing in Maine today, which tends to include substance use disorder, mental illness, and housing insecurity and houselessness. I'll tell you the story of one mother I work with. She's from rural Maine. She grew up extremely low income. She started using substances with her mother and grandmother when she was 11. She wasn't able to finish high school. She was ill from substance use, was houseless, seeking to numb her pain. She had a child, but couldn't take care of her, which caused her great pain and great shame. She applied for over 2 years to get into a recovery residential program that has very few slots available and turns away 5 women a day because they do not have the funding to scale up. She overdosed a few times during this period and was houseless. This program is a multi-year program that provides extensive substance use and behavioral health treatment, as well as parenting assistance, educational employment supports. And in year 3, my program steps in to help house them in the community while keeping their support system in place. Today, she lives in a stable, supported, and affordable home with her child. She's working and continuing her education, supporting her family, and continuing her treatment. But it is very clear that the road she had to travel was too hard. There were too many missed opportunities for her to get well and for the community to help her. We failed her and her child, and we must do better. I am a parent member of SOPO Unite, part of the federally funded Drug-Free Communities Support Program. The coalition works to create and sustain a safe, just, and healthy community to prevent youth substance use. I have learned a simple but very important point that I carry with me as I advocate for young people. Having future aspirations is a significant protective factor against using and misusing substances. What that means to me is having hope, having dreams, and feeling like those dreams are attainable. How resilient our children are. With just one positive adult and future aspirations, they can thrive beyond unimaginable struggles. In Maine last year, we had 1 death due to overdose for a child under 18 of the over 500 overdoses. But all indicators show that substance use is significantly rising for young people. The US CDC reports a 19% increase in teen overdoses in the US in 2020. We know that the earlier they start using, the more likely it is that they will not survive past their 30s. We owe it to our children. We need them to give them robust prevention services and a pathway to recovery for those who are in the deep end of addiction. We must prioritize funding to do both. Maine is doing work to reform the child welfare system with the Family First program. The next step is to engage in cross-system reform so that caring for our children doesn't continue in a siloed approach, but rather invest heavily in community-based services as recommended by the task force report. So what do we need to do to prevent young people from using substances and going untreated for their substance use disorder? Number 1, prevention. Work with schools, pediatricians, nonprofit community service providers to fund robust community-based treatment and activities accessible for all children, to give them the opportunity to develop future aspirations, to see that they can achieve their dreams and that despair is not the only option. This includes supporting their families with the social determinants of health. They need to be able to provide support for their families, including housing, nutrition, healthcare, childcare, educational opportunities, accessible activities for children. Number two, we need systems reform. And we can look to almost every other state's model in this country for residential services for youth with behavioral health needs and community-based mental health and substance use treatment that is not included in a Department of Corrections, but rather in the budgets for other child and youth serving agencies. Number three, federal funding. We have a great opportunity to leverage federal dollars, Medicaid dollars, and increase Medicaid reimbursement rates to provide the funding for behavioral health and medically managed residential withdrawal services specifically designed for young people. We must be able to hire and retain a qualified workforce dedicated and committed to this mission. We cannot care for our children properly if we do not fund it. And number four, community provider engagement. We must work with the federally qualified health centers, such as Penobscot Community Health Center in Bangor, Greater Portland Health in Portland, B Street and Lewiston, who understand how to care for our most vulnerable residents. In fact, they're already doing it. We must work with crisis response community services, who also know how to work with these vulnerable populations, and our hospitals together to design, with our recovery and youth serving community partners, a system of care for substance use disorder for young people. And finally, state funding. We must reinvest the millions we spend on enforcement and incarceration, as recommended by the task force, into treatment and community services. The community providers that work with adolescents know the solution. They just lack the resources. The state simply needs to dedicate resources and then seek the community's expertise on what the need is. As presented, this bill is a concept draft. It would require the Department of Health and Human Services to work with stakeholders to develop and fund a continuum of evidence-based treatment services for adolescents affected by substance use disorder. Services would include, but not be limited to, detoxification beds in hospitals or residential settings and intensive outpatient treatment services. What I know from the department is they're working on this. They don't have the funding dedicated, allocated yet. They don't have a plan in place yet. However, this bill could be the mechanism for either a resolve or an act that supports the work they were doing and brings the community to the table to be a part of that work. I'll leave you with a quote from former Chief Justice Lee Softly, who I respect very much and who swore me in as an attorney years ago. Maine cannot afford to lose one more of its young people to prison or jails, to homelessness, to hopelessness. Thank you for the opportunity to present this important policy today. I look forward to working with you to make this happen. And I also look forward to listening to the testimony that's coming from experts in the community after me.
Thank you, Representative Morales. Are there any questions of the representatives? Yes, Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Morales. Your testimony, has it been submitted into the portal?
I think it's about to be submitted. I was working on it this morning and my aide will be presenting that. Sorry about that.
Just wanted to make sure all the committee members had benefit of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any, so we'll hear from some folks who are in support of this bill, starting with Mr. Bowers. Welcome, sir. There we go.
Good morning. Yep, I'm all set. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Greg Bowers, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Day One. Please accept this testimony in support of LD 1059. Day One is a leading provider of substance use and mental health treatment services for adolescents and their families who struggle with addiction and underlying effects of trauma, mental illness, and a multitude of socioeconomic challenges. Importantly to this consideration of this legislation is that Day One is this state's only provider of residential substance use treatment for adolescent boys and girls. We've been doing this work for well over 40 years, and we represent a critical line of defense in the fight against the seemingly endless cycle of generational trauma and addiction. Never in our organization's history have we seen a greater need for timely access to youth and family-centered substance use treatment. The isolation and stress of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the scourge of Maine's ongoing opioid epidemic, have had a devastating impact on Maine families, an impact that will surely be felt for years to come. Our wait lists for clinical assessments, outpatient therapy, home and community treatment, psychiatric medication management, case management, and residential care have all been steadily increasing throughout the past year. I can also report that without a doubt, the kids we're seeing are getting younger, as young as 13 or 14 years old, and they are presenting with increasingly complex polysubstance use. To illustrate the seriousness of the cases we are now seeing, I've attached to my testimony 2 individual case studies taken from recent experiences in our residential programs. I think that Dr. Jeff Alberg from Day One is also presenting some testimony and can speak to these cases more directly. At the same time, we are seeing important reforms in the way that our state cares for youth and families in need. And Representative Morales talked about a lot of these efforts.
30 seconds, Mr. Bowers.
Most visible are the efforts to decrease the size or even close the Long Creek Developmental Center and to bring back youth to their communities. Day One supports these efforts. Evidence shows better outcomes when youth are reunited with their families and cared for within their communities. I'll cut to the chase. While there are capacities across the entire system of adolescent care, by evidence by our wait list, the most significant and concerning is the lack of intensive outpatient services. These are services, whether they're delivered in a home, in an office, or at school, they're needed to ensure that youth can continue in their recovery amid the stressors of their daily lives. The good news is that there's a strong will to make these changes by both administration and community providers, as Representative Morales discussed. Day One is aware and often included in many efforts from the Office of Child and Family Services, Department of Corrections, and Office of Behavioral Health to reform the system and fill gaps where needed. But much work still needs to be done. I am not sure whether this bill will ultimately be needed or in what form it may take, but I appreciate what it is trying to do, and I gladly support any help it may provide. Sorry, I had to jump around a bit, but I'll take any questions. You have my written testimony there.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. Yes, Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Bowers, you spoke about Day One having intensive outpatient services. Do you have an intensive outpatient program, or is there anyone operating in the state?
There is not currently an adolescent intensive outpatient program, an IOP program in the state. Day One has made several attempts to do this. It's difficult to get the kids to come to the office for an intensive program like that. We have to find ways to deliver those intensive services to the kids, whether in the home or in the school or in other settings. And I think that's our biggest challenge. How do we be creative to deliver these services? If I may, the other big challenge with that is that this problem goes across multiple departments. Department of Education, Department of Corrections, and DHHS. And I think effective solutions, how do you deliver the care to the kids, is going to involve all of those departments coming together to find, how to do this the best and how to braid the funding in ways that can actually work.
And I have a follow-up.
Please.
I wonder, Mr. Bowers, if you could bring to the work session any information on a nationally recognized model for an intensive outpatient program for adolescent substance use disorder.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Bowers? Mine was, did you include some of those statistics in your testimony that you provided in terms of the increasing wait lists for access?
I didn't put any specific numbers in, Senator Claxton, but I can bring those back if you'd like.
Yes, if you, and I don't need, I don't really need a fancy graph, but if you can just give us some sense of what's happened in the last year or two to
Okay,
demand for those services, I think that'll be adequate.
that's easy.
Good. Any other questions for Mr. Bowers? Is your hand still up, Representative Madigan, or no? You're all set. Okay. All right. Next, we'll go to Ms. Ostrowski. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Izzy Ostrowski, and I'm the social change advocate at Preble Street, and I'm reading testimony on behalf of my colleague, Michelle. My name is Michelle Cody, and I'm a caseworker at Preble Street Teen Services. I'm testifying on behalf of Preble Street in support of LD 1059. I have firsthand experience working with youth who struggle with substance use disorder and barriers to services caused by homelessness. Youth substance use is dynamic in nature, and there are multiple deep-rooted reasonings behind the need to use substances. Oftentimes, our youth have experienced trauma and neglect, and in return, this has impacted their own mental health. This trauma can lead to using substances as an attempt to relieve the pain of their experiences. Substances provide an immediate sensation of relief, but this is not sustainable in overall well-being. At the Teen Center, we welcome all with open arms, love, and support regardless of their past histories or current use of substances. We as caseworkers will support clients by connecting them to the limited and dwindling resources available, but that is not enough. While there have been many occurrences, I can recall one moment in particular where if there had been more access to resources for people using substances, the trajectory of a young woman's life may have been different. This person was one of my first clients, and she was a bright and resourceful person who longed for a solution to her addiction to heroin. She would come to me in moments of panic and pain, expressing a need for a detox bed and residential rehab. We would call the local detox center, but unfortunately there were no detox beds available. She would sit in my office in physical pain due to withdrawal, shaking and hunched over. We would, for the next 3 months throughout the summer, call every detox center and residential rehab throughout New England. Again, there was no availability for someone without private insurance and the financial means to get help. This financial barrier to accessing services marginalizes a large group of people who are expressing their need for help. To this day, I don't know what happened to this young woman. After months of roadblocks and no beds, she left the state. Not a lot of people know the sincere disappointment of having to tell someone asking for help there are no resources right now. It will always be the most challenging part of the job. As a society, we clearly know the impact substances have had on our communities, our friends, and our families. Ensuring accessibility to resources is a key part of early intervention. It is imperative to have resources available to youth who are using substances so they can start to break down barriers to move forward with a healthy, sustainable life. It is a personal worry of mine that if there is not enough funding for programmatic development geared specifically for youth substance use, then we will see a drastic increase in youth homelessness. In the long run, this will be more costly than early intervention. For this reason, Preble Street urges you to vote in support of this bill and ensure that youth experiencing homelessness and substance use disorder can access much needed treatment and support. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for reading that testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Ostrowski? I don't see any, so thank you for being here. Next, we'll go to Dr. Alberg. Welcome, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all, and Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the committee for allowing us a little bit of time today. I'm Jeff Alberg. I'm a MD family doc. I've been practicing that here in the state of Maine for about 30 years, delivering babies, taking care of kids, adolescents, adults, the elderly, and so on. And I moved from that clinical realm to the honor of being really the medical director for Day One a little over 2 years ago. And I just want to bring forward that after 30 years in practice in family medicine, it's about family, it's about kids. I missed a lot. I missed a lot of these kids that were out there, really the adolescents, the young adults with these issues. So I've jumped into day one with a great passion over the last 2 years. But what I want to talk about now is certainly support for 1059. But even in those 2 years, there's been a profound change, at least in what I see and what I saw when I came on board 2 years ago to now. And I'd like to say a little bit about that. And it's about the intense care, the intense risks of withdrawal, what some may call detox, as we try to move these kids into a safer environment. And as we realize that, and we have 2 examples I'll give an overview of that are none less than frightening for bringing kids in and not providing them with a medical health detox environment. So as we realized this, late last summer, we reached out to those learned in this field around the state, state employees, agency, healthcare providers, et cetera, et cetera. And we invited a dozen or so in for a forum, a Zoom forum. We got about 3 dozen, and we ended up having 3 forums, really sharing ideas, a great amount of learning about what this issue is, a huge amount of learning for us at day one, what the needs are, and what some stakeholders might be going forward. So that is alive and well. And I want to say thanks to everybody. It's not like this issue has not been discussed, but we're here to further elevate this. And if there's more funding, so be it. So I'm going to say briefly, and I know I have a short amount of time, two young teens that came to us. One, I think we named her Sarah, who 14 years old when she came to us, heavy opioid addiction. And we knew this, and we were able to just ensure it. And I think you probably have the write-up about her. We were able to bring her to a local emergency room with the intent of monitored, acute monitoring of withdrawal from opiates. And it was
30
not
seconds, Dr. Albert.
okay. It was not without a lot of arm twisting, but we were able to do that and bring her through that into our residential facility. But it really required that intense care and that delivery. The second example I think you have there is that we had another client that came to us, and we didn't have the knowledge of the intensity of her polysubstance use. And we felt that we almost lost her as she came into our residential facility for the lack of that acute care. So I'll close with that and just say that we are here to support. We are here to further bring together the constituents, those who are interested in this at day one. But there's much more of an urgency now with the kids coming out of the community with unknown history, with unknown depth and breadth and danger of their substance use as they come into our realm. And that includes both outpatient as well as those who might be coming into residential. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Albert. Are there any questions of the doctor? I don't see any. So now we'll hear from Jim Devine, who's on the line. If you can figure out how to unmute your phone and join us, there you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, well, good morning, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and the distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'll try to say everything I want to say in 3 minutes. My name is Jim Devine. I live in Portland. I'm an advocate with Pearl Street Homeless Voice for Justice. I'm grateful to say that we've had the opportunity to meet with Representative Morales and discuss areas of mutual concern. And Homeless Voice for Justice is an advocacy group made up of people who experience homelessness. And most of my life, I worked as a master electrician or contractor, and I was able to house myself. But due to my struggle with alcoholism, I became homeless. I'm grateful I haven't had a drink for 20 years, so it's worked good. And I'm very grateful for the help I received from various agencies like Milestone and St. Francis House and Serenity House and Mary Meeting House in Bordenham, which the last 2 have shut down, which is unfortunate. And my stepson had a good experience at day one in Hollis, and we're grateful for that. And you know, I tell you what, I've been fortunate throughout my life to access services, Milestone in particular, Alcoholics Anonymous. But, you know, I know a lot of people do have trouble accessing services, especially young people. So I firmly support this bill 1059 to make services more available to young people in need, because the need is there. And I mean, we've registered young people to vote at Long Creek, and we've worked at the young homeless shelter in Portland, registering people to vote, and young people have their needs just as important as older people do, and the opiate crisis is very severe. So I firmly support this bill, and I hope you vote ought to pass on it. So I think I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. Are there any questions of Mr. Meyer while he's still on the line? I don't see any. Again, thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
And now we'll go to Attorney Sarbeck.
Good morning again, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and members of the Health and Human Services. I'm Jonathan Sarbeck. I'm the District Attorney in Cumberland County, a resident of Cape Elizabeth, and I'm here in support of LD 1059. I appreciate Representative Morales bringing this bill forward. I was actually asked this morning about the ongoing opioid epidemic and substance use disorder epidemic that we have going on, and I again preach that we need more prevention. We need more efforts that are going to address who is coming into the criminal justice system, why they're coming into the criminal justice system, and what is happening. And 1059 to me, it offers a great solution for young kids, youth specifically, to address these real big needs. The criminal justice system, unfortunately, has acted too much as a safety net for many years, picking up the pieces where trauma or mental health issues or substance use disorder pick up or unfortunately cast people, and they miss the services that are out there in the community, and unfortunately come into the criminal justice system. We need to do more on the prevention side to really take on this this issue that we have going on, not just in our local communities, but throughout the state. And I think 1059 really takes it to task on providing more opportunities and more resources that are going to save more lives. And that's the key to what we see on an ongoing basis with the issues that we're having, not just in our community, but that we see trickle into the criminal justice system. So 1059 really does make it a lot more, takes on that more of the prevention route that is really necessary to helping individuals. So I appreciate the committee's consideration of this bill. This gets to that same thing that Representative Zager brought up earlier about going upstream, addressing these root causes, and really at the same time, not just improving lives, but saving lives. And so I would urge you all to support this legislation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of Attorney Sarbeck? I don't see any. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you, sir.
And now we'll hear from Mallory Shaughnessy.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Myers, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. First off, we really want to thank Representative Morales for bringing this legislation forward. We are in full support of LD 1059. We also want to thank the Office of Child and Family Services and many others in the Department, Health and Human Services, for coming together to collaboratively work toward finding solutions for this very serious problem in Maine. As you've been hearing over the past few years, even starting before the pandemic, providers in Maine were seeing an uptick in complex cases of polysubstance use in teens, and emergency departments were seeing more youth showing up due to substance use and suicide attempts. Maine does have one of the highest rates of youth suicide and the highest percentage of mental health problems among youth in the country. And we know this correlates with substance use. Studies have shown that 2/3 of youth who develop alcohol or substance use disorders have experienced at least one mental health disorder. I've presented some figures in my testimony from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, which show how Maine ranks in the top percentile for substance use, for illicit drug use, cocaine use, alcohol use, those aged 12 to 17. Oops, sorry, my phone is not turned off. COVID-19 has only compounded these issues by reducing the youth contact with school and other community supports, disrupting social and community networks, all of these issues you've been hearing about and reading in the news. In Maine, actually, according to CDC data, the number of youths with suicidal thoughts has almost doubled since the start of the pandemic. Thankfully, there is growing recognition that this situation is rising to crisis levels in Maine. The Office of Child and Family Services recently sought and received a grant from the John T. Gorman Foundation to hire a coordinator for substance use services for youth, something they did not have before. They've also applied for a federal SAMHSA grant to develop evidence-based treatment services for youth in Maine. The Alliance supports this step and signed a memorandum of understanding with the department in support of this grant, but there is no guarantee that Maine will receive it. It is a competitive grant. Regardless, though, of whether or not Maine receives this grant, we should be investing some of the federal COVID relief dollars into addressing this growing problem. This immediate need is growing out of the COVID-19 pandemic. There's a need for youth, sometimes not yet 12 years old, addicted to multiple, sometimes unknown substances, to have medically monitored and safe withdrawal in what can be a life-threatening situation. And there's also the need, as you've been hearing, for a more youth-tailored and family-focused intensive outpatient substance use treatment. We do not have that in Maine right now.
30 seconds, Mallory.
Thanks. The lack of effective treatment in the teen years does have impacts for the entire lifespan. So this bill remains in a concept form, as you heard. Many stakeholders are currently engaged in working with the department towards the best response to this matter. But with the understanding that we need to move rapidly, we respectfully request this bill be held by the committee as we work out some details, and we need this legislative vehicle to remain viable, as we may need to address the additional resources or policy changes needed before the end of this session. So please, please support this request and this bill as it is finalized, as the future of many of our young people depend upon it. Thank you, and I'd be happy to bring more information to the work session if needed.
Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy. Appreciate that. Yes, Representative Perry.
Thank you. With my work in substance use, especially in kids, the one thing that I have noted is the presence of severe childhood trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And when we look at that, is my question for you, because I think I already know the answer, is are we really doing enough in prevention in treating children who are dealing with that?
No, we are obviously not. And there are some legislative initiatives before the committee this year to look at more building up and supporting more of our preventive measures. There was several years of almost willful dismantling of our public health infrastructure a few years ago, and we lost a lot of the community assets that we had that was working on youth resiliency building in our communities and working on providing connections for kids and their families in our communities. And we really need that. We're seeing some of the results of that, I think, as well as the results of the opioid epidemic and just the, the impacts of economics in the state of Maine. Maine has had a hard time recovering from 2008 and 9. And now we see even more impacts. So.
Thank you, Ms. Shaughnessy. I don't see any other questions. So that'll conclude our work, our public health, our, what is this called? Public hearing. See, I'm thinking public health there, so I get a point for that. The public hearing on LD 1059. Do we have any questions direct to our analysts at this point that would help with a work session that won't be right off? I don't see any particular questions. So thank you again for being here, everybody. Yes, Representative Perry.
Oh, got to find the right button. The question I have, and I guess it's really looking at the work that Families First is doing. I'd like to sort of get a sense and how they are looking at this in terms of, I don't know, addressing and preventing what could be adverse child events occurring within a family. And the next question I would have is, do we have in that any program to work with families in recovery, with parents recovering with children, and helping them through that process as a prevention of ACEs?
Okay. Are there other questions that we'd like Aaron to do some homework on? I don't see any, so that'll conclude. Yes, Representative Madigan.
Perhaps Mallory or other advocates can just prevent us almost with a census, a list of all the current resources for youth with substance use disorder. I think Mr. Bowers mentioned that there was no functioning intensive outpatient program, but and I think Day One has the only inpatient facility, but any number of residential beds, number of inpatient beds, all the kind of stuff, and compare that with maybe it was like 10 years ago or so. Thank you.
Okay. Now I don't see any other questions, so that'll conclude the work on LD 1059. I'm going to turn the chair over to Representative Meyer so we can start work on LD 979. I'll be back shortly.
Okay,
Thank you for
Mr.
being
Chair.
here, Representative Morales.
Thank you, everyone.
So LD 979, an act to expand Maine's school-based health centers. We welcome the sponsor, Representative Sachs.
We're going to just squeeze it in and say, good morning, Representative Meyer. And I just missed Senator Claxton and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I've been following along. Thank you for your service this morning. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm honored to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell. I'm here as the sponsor of LD 979, an act to expand Maine's school-based health centers. LD 979 proposes to expand the number of school-based health centers, which is a highly effective, clinically proven model, to even more areas of our state, while addressing disparities in our health system. Some of the members of this committee may recognize this bill as similar to LD 836 in the last session, which received a strong majority ought to pass out of this committee in the 129th, but unfortunately, like so many, died upon adjournment. LD 836, however, was identified that following summer by the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations as one of 46 out of 454 that were left on adjournment. So one of 46 bills that truly could have made a difference in addressing both lack of access and structural racism and inequality in our healthcare system. I worked with several members of the Permanent Commission to add language to the bill presented before you today. The testimony from many school, community, research, and health professionals that you'll hear today reinforce the value of data-based, of school-based health centers. I'm also a data analyst, so I use the word data anytime I can. Access to preventative health care in a setting familiar to students, in concert with other community health resources, leads to better health outcomes for children. Prevention, education, injury assessment, screenings and immunizations, and acute and chronic illness diagnostics are all services provided by SBHCs. We know that behavioral health services for Maine students, which were already under-resourced, as you've heard many times in this committee, will be of paramount importance as we move forward in this post-pandemic period. School-based health centers have those behavioral health clinicians right on site, which means earlier identification and support for these students and better access to services. I've been a licensed clinical social worker for 25 years. I came to the legislature, as many of you did, because I wanted to make the world a better place for kids in our state. That's a goal I know is shared by so many of us serving in the 130th. all across towns and party affiliations. I know firsthand the impact of the lack of access to care for both health and mental health services and what that does for children. School-based health centers are cost-effective, high-impact, proven models that can significantly impact the lives of kids in our communities. I urge you to, again, unanimously support to pass recommendations for LD 979. I want to thank the many organizations and individuals who submitted testimony. It's all there. Some are maybe not able to actually be live this afternoon. I look forward to working with you. There are some, such as the Maine Primary Care Association, that have recommendations regarding, for example, reporting requirements, which may serve as a barrier for some health centers to participate. I'm open to direction and working with this committee in whatever direction you wish to take this. So thank you so much and look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Representative Sachs. Questions from the committee for the bill's sponsor? Seeing none, we have several legislators to testify in support of the bill. So we welcome Representative Cloutier.
Excuse me, Representative.
Yes.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, I missed your hand, Representative Javner. Go ahead.
It's okay. I was a bit slow. I do have a question for our sponsor this morning. Seeing as how this last year, the schools have really not been in person. So I'm really curious if she knows what the status even of these school-based health clinics has been. Have they been utilized on the same basis as they were pre-pandemic, or and to be honest, I'm not quite sure if even they're located at a school or if they're separate from the school.
Excellent question, Representative Javner. So glad you asked it. If you look at George Shaler from the Muskie Schools testimony, he provides all sorts of data, which I told you I love me some data, that is current up to this past school year. Obviously not in the one we're in, but the one just previously. So it's an excellent question. As you'll see, still being utilized. Although of course not quite to the capacity they had been, but significant impact even in pandemic times. Excellent question. I don't know if he'll be able to be here today, but he did submit excellent testimony to that very question. And we did not coordinate this beforehand, people. Representative Javner and I, it's an excellent question.
Thank you.
Representative Stover.
I just wanted an opportunity to respond to Representative Javner as well. Down here in Lincoln County, our schools have never really closed. We've had some curtailments, and we have school-based health centers in Lincoln County that are operated by Lincoln Health, our local healthcare provider, and they have remained open. The only thing we couldn't do this year is do dental. We used to do mobile dental services in there, and because of the restrictions on dental, we're doing that just at the clinic right now. So thanks.
Thank you, Representative Stover. Great information.
Seeing no further questions for Representative Sachs, we thank you for being here. Up next, Representative Cloutier. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and esteemed members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Kristen Cloutier, and I proudly represent House District 60, part of Lewiston. I am here in support of LD 979, an act to expand Maine's school-based health centers. School-based health centers provide timely, friendly, integrated, culturally competent, and confidential access to high-quality, comprehensive, acute, and preventative healthcare services that meet the unique needs of the school community while promoting lifelong, healthy living and learning. Care is based on assessed health status and needs, as well as sound school health policies, developed in collaboration with school nurses and staff, primary care, and other healthcare providers. 4 of these clinics are based in Lewiston, Auburn, and they provide vital services to students and families in my community. School-based health centers help children succeed in school and in life by keeping them healthy and ready to learn. With a focus on promoting healthy lifestyles and identifying illness early, they help to prevent more serious illness later on. They make healthcare available to many children who would not otherwise receive care. In Lewiston, Auburn, SBHCs are located in the high school and middle schools and are operated by Community Clinical Services, a federally qualified health center affiliated with St. Mary's Health System. In addition, SBHC students are eligible for savings on brand name prescription drugs through the 340B prescription drug program.
Each SBHC is staffed by a nurse practitioner, a behavioral health clinician trained to assist with mental health or substance use issues, and an administrative clinical assistant. They also provide behavioral health services at one of our local elementary schools. This bill provides ongoing funding of $600,000 in each year of the biennium to expand the school-based health centers to other regions of the state, and in particular to our underserved rural areas. We know that there are many barriers to obtaining quality and reliable healthcare in rural Maine. Expanding the number of SBHCs will continue to allow us to meet the needs of students where they are in school. I am proud to support LD 979, and I hope you will too.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for Representative Cloutier? Representative Stover, your hand is still up. Did you have? Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you for being here today. Up next is the committee's own Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just turn that down. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak and thank Representative Sachs for introducing this. Representative Meyer and other esteemed colleagues on the Health and Human Service Committee. For the record, I'm Sam Zager, representing the good people of District 41 in Portland. I salute all the folks who work in the school-based health centers throughout the state. I've for years volunteered as a family physician in the school-based health center, although I must admit my time in the legislature is taking me a bit away from that, in the heart of District 41 in Deering High School. On one September, an 18-year-old newly enrolled student from Central Africa received an outreach call from a school social worker, Melissa McStay. She was checking on him because he had missed a few days of school. He reported that he had missed school because of illness. He had a gastrointestinal issues, including abdominal pain, and was planning to go to the emergency room. As part of their conversation, Ms. McStay advised him of the availability of the school-based clinic. Indeed, he decided to return to school to be seen in the SBHC. There, I evaluated him, listening carefully to his symptoms as well as to their social context, and also doing a physical exam. No emergency department visit was needed for labs or imaging. The GI distress was apparently due to the emotions surrounding his start in the new school in a completely new community. In a sense, the treatment was listening to him. This young man who had missed days of school and was planning an ER visit then stated that he was feeling better, so he returned to class with an appreciation of the supports in place for him for a fair shot at a productive and fulfilling new life. There are a few things to highlight from this anecdote. I won't read the entire rest of the testimony because it's submitted for your review, but I will point out that school-based health centers are embedded and integrated within the school. They are focused on a crucial phase of life. They're frugal and cost-effective, and they are equitable, as Representative Sachs mentioned in her introduction. I say they're embedded because, and this matters because there's a lot of barriers to healthcare, as we know, and one of them is, among the teenage population, is not wanting to draw attention to themselves, not wanting to miss a day of school or half a day of school to have something addressed. We were just listening to how Day One talks about addressing the needs of this population. And so the fact that Ms. McStay was able to reach out really matters. It meets school-based health centers meet students where they are geographically, emotionally, medically, socially. They're really very well aligned for all that. And it facilitates school attendance and decreased disruption. They, of course, meet students at a time of their lives when they are establishing habits, lifelong habits that affect so much of their health, the wellness of their families and their eventual families, and also the functioning of a community. Frugal and cost effectiveness. I cite a study that shows that savings, not the cost, but the savings per visit are between $30 and $969, so almost $1,000 in savings for a visit in one study, and up to $1,100 per person. So these are tremendous cost savers. We talk about upstream interventions, and they're equitable. The U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, Community Preventive Services Task Force, maintains how much they restore equity to our health system. They're not substitutes for primary care or the emergency room or urgent care. We don't have imaging. We don't have laboratory facilities in the same sense. And of course, we're operating. SBACs operate with more limited resources. But there's a crucial niche, and so there are many other things worth sharing. I'll defer to others to bring other testimony. I really appreciate the attention of this committee. And be happy to take any questions that other folks have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Zager. Question from Representative Madigan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Zager, for testifying today and for doing that work at a school-based center. I used to work in one too as a behavioral health professional. One of the things I guess I'd like you to speak to, if you could explain how the healthcare is integrated so that medical providers work alongside with other providers, including licensed clinical social workers, behavioral health professionals, all that.
I really appreciate the question, Representative Madigan. It's very integrated, not only between the behavioral health and other kinds of care. There's also dental. We have a dental clinic in Portland at Portland High School, which the whole community sends students to. It's rather seamless, as there are school social workers, there are counselors. Day One has had a presence at the school-based health clinic that I volunteered at. It's very easy. I've operated in many parts of our health system, from tertiary care, academic medical centers, primary care clinics, several places here in Maine, the VA, and certainly in school-based health centers. And school-based health centers, they're so easy to go from one part of the system, if you will, the initial contact with the patient, to a referral to dental care or to behavioral health care. It's really part of this, as a healthcare provider, it's one of the satisfying things about it, is because it's so easy to break down those barriers that otherwise exist throughout the system.
Thank you.
Representative Javner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Zager. I have two questions, and you may be able to answer this. I'm not quite sure, but if there's someone else that can. So this bill specifically is asking to expand the school-based health centers. How many are there right now? And what is the number that we are expanding to?
I would defer on the exact number to others. I know that we're talking about 18 or so in the state when I last knew of that. We have 4 in Portland. I think there ought to be these in many communities, rural communities, other urban and suburban communities. I just really believe in this model, and I think it's around 18 or 20 or so in the state.
Representative Sachs may be able to answer that question, Representative Javner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are currently 15. I am open, Representative Javner, if you would like to expand this to every school, that's great. The funding is as an RFP. Last year, as I know you had paid attention for LD 836, they had a set number in there. I think they had looked to expand it, in fact, double it. But instead, given dollars as they are, we've made it an RFP based on your amendment last session, just to say, however that money can stretch, we'd like to have that rather than putting in a set number. If that makes sense. Thank you for the opportunity to answer, Madam Chair.
Up next in the queue to provide testimony is Jeeta Rao. Ms. Rao.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to follow Dr. Zager, who has been my colleague in school-based health for years. So thanks. Members of the Health and Human Services Committee, so my name is Geeta Rao, and I'm pleased to present testimony in support of LD 979 and Act to expand school-based health centers. I'm representing the school-based health centers in Portland and Westbrook, that are operated by Greater Portland Health, where I serve as the clinical director of this SBHC program. Greater Portland Health is a federally qualified health center serving 12,000 patients across 10 sites. Currently, we operate 5 school-based health centers. I am a pediatrician, I am a primary care provider, and I see in the schools both patients who identify me as their primary care provider and any student who needs care, for which we coordinate care with their own provider. I have also submitted written testimony on behalf of the Portland and Westbrook school-based health centers operated by Greater Portland Health, sharing data and the impact of the SBHCs per our team, students, providers, school social workers, school nurses, and community partners. From 5 years of providing clinical care within Greater Portland Health's SBHC program, I've witnessed the tremendous impact these sites can have on students' health and academic experience. Due to their accessible nature, SBHCs reach students with the most complex needs, such as youth facing homelessness, depression, dating violence, acculturation, stress, and substance use. With co-location and joint teams, school staff and healthcare providers work collaboratively to provide effective, comprehensive services to teens facing the most significant barriers to health and academic opportunity. This past year in particular, Greater Portland Health's school-based health centers have added critical services to meet the changing needs of students in the pandemic. We grew our behavioral health services in partnership with school social work to address increased social isolation and mental health issues among students. We began offering telehealth services to maintain continuity of care for remote learners. And we offered low barrier COVID testing for all students in the Portland Public Schools and staff, regardless of ability to pay, for which we provided more than 700 COVID tests that inform school safety, enable contact tracing, and reduce unnecessary absence for kids who might not otherwise be able to navigate healthcare systems. These services are examples of how school-based health centers adapt to offer healthcare to students and valuable resources to schools and nurses. For many youth who have faced trauma, it takes time and consistency to build trust with a healthcare provider. Unfortunately, teens may have a prior experience in healthcare with infrequent visits, long wait times, wait lists for behavioral health services, and inflexible appointments. School-based health centers are different. They allow for quicker access and reduced barriers to continuity of care. And I was reminded of this recently when I saw one of my own patients in school-based health. She had moved to the country in 2017, but did not have a primary care provider. She came to the school-based health center for medical clearance to play sports. That's, some of the easiest things that we can do is enable sports. So we did that, and we connected her to primary care through us. A couple of weeks later, she came back for vaccines. We started talking about, nutrition and sleep and
30 seconds, please.
So she was feeling a lot of symptoms of depression, but was unable to report it. It was on the 3rd visit that she endorsed that she was having nightmares, thoughts of hurting herself and cutting. And within a week, we connected her to a behavioral health provider in the school. This would not have happened without a school-based health center to reduce barriers. And so we are confident that an expansion of school-based health centers would be quite impactful and have a powerful ripple effect. And we anticipate this year alone having more than 3,000 encounters for medical and social work in our school-based health centers. Thank you for consideration of your support to this important bill and act to expand school-based health.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Questions for Dr. Rao? Seeing none, thank you for being here and for the work that you're doing. Up next in the queue is Lonnie Graham. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Representative Meyer and members of the committee. My name is Lonnie Graham. I'm a retired family practice physician and former Chief Public Health Officer for Maine. Currently, I serve on the Public Health Committee for the Maine Medical Association. I am pleased to be here in support of this bill on behalf of the MMA, presented by my very own Representative Melanie Sachs. I'm going to be brief because you've already heard some excellent testimony from your own number about the value of school-based health. I will say that I personally became involved in school-based health centers in 1990 when there were 7. So Maine has a proud history in this area that was well ahead of the nation. However, it is rather sad for me to realize that we are now looking at only 15 in the whole state. School-based health centers are uniquely positioned to make a real difference in the health and school success of the next generation. A school-based health center may offer the best or even the only chance that a health problem will be addressed. By working to assure that all students are healthy, school-based health centers also enhance chances that those served will complete high school. School-based health centers' access can make the difference between a difficult life and a successful life. I have departed a little from my written testimony because I wanted to say a word about funding. While the funding proposed is completely appropriate, as is the proposed source, the Fund for Healthy Maine, I do worry about viewing that fund as a bottomless source of funding for public health interventions without replenishing and assuring that the fund is preserved for public health. We remain in the midst of the worst public health crisis of our time, made worse by our lack of preparedness as a nation and as a state. In our state, many public health problems beyond COVID and school-based health centers must be addressed. In fact, if I had had time to inform myself, I could have testified on every bill this committee heard this morning, as they were all either straight up public health bills or they were linked directly to public health. Senator Claxton rightly described your morning as a public health one. It was really touching to hear all those in recovery who came with their thoughts. Interestingly, substance use disorders, as you know, can get their start in teen years, another problem school-based health centers can address. The Fund for Healthy Maine should have a solid, certain funding dedicated to the many public health needs of this state now and into the future. I hope this committee will work toward that end. Thank you for your attention, and I would be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Questions from the committee for Dr. Graham? Seeing none, we thank you for being here today.
And thank you for hearing me.
Laura Harper, there she is. Welcome.
Oh, good morning. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Laura Harper. I'm a senior associate at Moose Ridge Associates, and I live in Hollowell. And I'm presenting testimony on behalf of Maine Family Planning in support of this bill. For 50 years, Maine Family Planning has served as Maine's statewide nonprofit agency responsible for organizing and accounting for Maine's statewide network of sexual and reproductive health services. At present, Maine Family Planning operates 18 sites directly and subcontracts with established healthcare organizations to provide sexual and reproductive health services in regions of the state where Maine Family Planning does not currently serve. So those include Planned Parenthood of Northern New England, federally qualified health centers, and school-based health centers. Altogether, Maine's sexual and reproductive health network consists of 56 sites and serves roughly 28,000 Mainers annually. Maine Family Planning currently subcontracts with 6 school-based health centers, including centers located at Maranacook High School, Calais High School, Portland High School, Deering High School, and Casco Bay High School. The 6th school-based health center at Westbrook High School just recently joined Maine Family Planning's Sexual and Reproductive Healthcare Network. At these school-based health centers, the range of services include, but is not limited to, sexually transmitted infection testing, diagnosis and treatment, pregnancy testing, birth control counseling, and the provision of a range of contraceptives. The benefits of providing these and other services through school-based health centers are well documented, self-evident, and deserve to be expanded. School-based health centers exponentially increase access to critical sexual and reproductive healthcare services in a confidential setting made available by trusted providers. School-based health centers reduce time away from school once students are able to return to in-person learning, and the centers are a benefit to working parents, reducing the time needed away from work to take their children to medical appointments. Having worked with school-based health centers for more than 15 years, Maine Family Planning wholeheartedly supports LD 979 and urges the members of the committee to vote ought to pass. And I'm happy to try to answer any questions for you or get those answers for you for the work session.
Thank you for that. Questions from the committee for Ms. Harper? I am seeing none. Thanks for being here today. Up next is Mackenzie Dwyer. Ms. Dwyer.
Good morning, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the members of the Committee on Health and Human Services. My name is Mackenzie Dwyer. I'm an intern with the Maine Medical Association and a senior at UNE. You've heard from long-term MMA advocate Dr. Graham and several other experts on this subject. For that reason, I'll keep this short and sweet. This piece of legislation would work to fund and expand our school-based health clinics, which have been shown to improve access to healthcare, improve health outcomes, and are cost-effective. They are especially important to mental health. The pandemic has worsened the mental health crisis in adolescents and young adults. Schools are oftentimes the primary provider of mental health care, but they lack resources and expertise to manage those services independently. This bill would expand the number of school-based health clinics that provide those much-needed services to improve the health outcomes of our Maine students. This is why we urge the committee to vote ought to pass for LD 979. Thank you so much for your time today. Please contact us if we can provide any useful information for the work session.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Morrill? Seeing none, appreciate you being here today. Up next is George Shaler providing testimony?
Hi, Representative Meyer.
Yes.
He will be neither for nor against. Before that, we have Sarah Morrill.
Okay, I thought Ms. Morrill just provided.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
No, I didn't go yet. This is Sarah Morrill.
I'm sorry. I'm getting confused. Faces are moving about on my screen, so I appreciate that. Ms. Morrill, go right ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Representative Sachs, Representative Myers, and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Morrill. I am the director of the School-Based Health Center at Maranacook. I'm also a registered nurse and a mother of 4 kids, ages 9 to 14, that attend school in the district. Our School-Based Health Center offers medical provider visits for acute concerns and chronic illness, behavioral health counseling and crisis intervention, substance abuse disorder prevention and treatment, oral health prophylaxis, comprehensive family planning, and athletic trainer services. All of our services can be offered confidentially and occur within the school building. So our school-based health center is located in the high school, which is just adjacent to the middle school. So we serve both schools. I'm going to be sharing some testimony that was written by one of our school-based health center nurse champions. But first, I want to reiterate what has been said so well by so many other folks on this call today. School-based healthcare really does meet students where they are. We keep showing up in the places where they work and play and educate themselves. And we try to figure out what matters to them and bring those services right to where they are. It's really important to me to say, as part of my testimony here, that school-based health is so much more than just primary care services. We're really part of their school day. We try to be part of their lives. We try to remind them in every way we can that their health matters, that they matter, and that we care what decisions they're making. So the testimony that I'm going to read is from Sandy Hunter, who was one of the nurses who served in our school-based health center for 27 years. Maranacook, I believe, holds the longest running school-based health center in the state title at this point. I'm fairly new, but Sandy wrote a really beautiful piece that I wanted to share with you. So she writes, I am writing in support of LD 979, the legislation to support expansion of school-based health center services. Sandy's unique position was to have served both before and after Maranacook had a school-based health center. So she shares 3 examples from her perspective. The first example, before the health center existed, should we identify a student with depression, the best we could do was offer the student and their parents a list of counselors in the area. Often a long waiting period ensued, even if a connection had been made. After the health center was in place, we had counselors on site with whom the student could connect that very day after parental permission was given. This helped enormously with students reluctant to seek help, as a low-pressured meet and greet would increase their comfort level and have them more likely to follow through with counseling. Example number 2, early identification of communicable diseases. Should a student come to the health center with a sore throat lasting more than 24 hours, we could do a strep test on site, and the student could be sent home with a prescription and instructions for how to take the medication and when they could return to school. The additional benefit was that the parents would not have to take time off of work to take their child to the doctor. And example number 3, if a sexually active student could receive confidential family planning services with education in the health center. Testing for sexually transmitted infections could be done confidentially. For students to make appointments outside of school, find transportation to the appointments, and communicating about the results were all barriers to getting the right care. And all of those barriers were eliminated by having those services available in the health center. Sandy also writes that she recognizes that adolescents are often reluctant to seek healthcare of any kind, and making access in a confidential, trusted manner makes the difference in providing those services to the students who need them. I'll also echo what Greater Portland Health mentioned. So since the pandemic, we have done everything we can to respond to student needs. So we are also have started offering telehealth visits for family planning, telehealth for our counseling services. And as our school has kind of transitioned between remote and a hybrid model, we are trying our best to be accessible to students who are both in person as well as students who are remote, and offering COVID testing and doing our best to continue to provide the services that are needed, no matter how the school year has changed. So thank you so much for hearing all of this and for everybody's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. A question from Representative Madigan.
Thank you for being here, Sarah. I want to answer the thing you put out there. Yes, Maranacook was the first school-based health center, and I know that because I worked there. So as a counselor, and took referrals from the providers there. And please say hello to Sandy Hunter and tell her I miss her.
I absolutely will. That's awesome. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thanks for being here today, Ms. Morrill. Up next, we welcome testifying in support of the bill, Rita Furlow.
Oh, I'm not going to say good morning. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. My name's Rita Furlow. I'm here today in support of LD 979, an act to expand Maine's school-based health centers. And I will be brief since you have my written testimony, and I'm sure you all would like to have lunch today. That we are enthusiastic supporters of school-based health centers. We think they are a powerful tool to help ensure healthy care for children and adolescents, and the integration of medical, behavioral, possibly dental and vision care placed in schools, alongside preventative programs, for example, that can help address tobacco or substance use issues, that it just gives our children a strong opportunity to really learn and grow, and also it provides a great connection and collaboration on various health-related issues between parents and educators and healthcare providers and students, and we think that these school health-based partnerships really can just make a significant difference in the long-term life of students, and as they help to be able to intervene early and alleviate issues before they become more serious. So we again urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Furlow. Questions for Rita? Seeing none. Glad you could testify today. Testifying neither for nor against, but adding some information for the committee is George Shaler. Mr. Shaler? There we go.
Hey.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is George Shaler, and I'd like to thank Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the committee for hearing me. I'm here to offer testimony on LD 979. My name's George Shaler. I'm a senior research associate at the Cutler Institute at the University of Southern Maine. And through a contract I've had with the Maine CDC, I evaluate the school-based health centers funded by the Maine CDC. And I want to just kind of point out, we've been talking a little bit about the number of school-based health centers. There are 17 funded by the Maine CDC. They receive a modest level of funding. And then there are other school-based health centers in the state as well that are not receiving funding from the Maine CDC. The funding that the 15 school-based health centers receive is a modest amount of funding from the Fund for a Healthy Maine's community and school grants section to cover uncompensated care to students that are uninsured and that are unable to pay. So I just kind of want to provide a little bit more of an overview of what school-based health centers are. They're located in school buildings on a school campus. They're like a doctor's office in the school. They are staffed by a multidisciplinary team of nurse practitioners, physicians, mental health professionals, and other health personnel who provide consistent care for students throughout their school years. Through this team-based approach, which includes collaboration with the school nurse and other school professionals, the centers offer a holistic approach to care. Some of the services that they provide are routine physical exams, diagnosis of acute and chronic illness, treatment of minor injuries, screenings and immunizations, health education, and mental health services, including depression and suicide prevention, and in some cases, oral health services. So let me provide you with some basic statistics about SBHCs in the 19 to 20 school year, a school year interrupted, as you know, by the pandemic. The total school population at these 15 school-based health centers was was more than 10,700 students. And this is in my testimony as well, a written testimony. The number of students enrolled in school-based health centers, that is those that have assigned parental consent, were just under 3,300 students. This figure would have been a little bit higher had it not been for the pandemic. I have some trend data if you want me to come back for a work session, which I could easily provide. The number of students using a school-based health center was over 1,500 students, or just under 1,500. This figure is usually a little bit higher. And again, the pandemic had something to do with that. Nearly 800 students received a comprehensive evidence-based risk assessment last year. Again, that number would have been a little bit higher had it not been for the pandemic. We've been tracking that benchmark for a number of years. The number of students who received a diagnosis of depression was nearly 800 students last year. And one of the things that school-based health centers have been doing throughout the pandemic is they've been providing behavioral telehealth services, which have been greatly needed by students, many of whom feel isolated. So the quality of care at the school-based health centers is exemplary. It meets the needs of students that is appropriate for their age and developmental stage. Every school-based health center has a medical sponsor, which is a medical entity, a hospital, a federally qualified health center, independent primary care practice, and as well as a medical director who provides oversight to the school-based health center. This oversight assures that the care a student gets at the school-based health center is no different from what they receive in a primary care office. And since the service is provided in a space that is convenient, whether in person or via telehealth, for the students, they are more likely to utilize those services and have their needs met in a timely manner instead of delaying care until it becomes a crisis or urgent need. Just as important, school-based health centers minimize the loss of instruction time, keeping students in their classroom seats and engaged in learning, whether it be in person or virtual. So thank you for considering my comments, and I'd be happy to provide additional feedback, testimony at a work session to come. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Representative Javner, question for Mr. Shaler.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shaler, very much for your very comprehensive testimony. This is really important information. I do have one question concerning the parental consent.
Sure.
I know you briefly mentioned it, and I didn't see it actually in your testimony, but can you speak to how parental consent is utilized in school-based health centers, please?
Yes, certainly. So all the the school-based health centers all send out, distribute consent forms at the beginning of a school year. It lists the level of services, and the level of services do vary slightly from school-based health center to school-based health center. And parents have to, obviously, in order for their child to be seen at a school-based health center, have to sign the consent form and return it to the school. There's some information collected on that form, including insurance information, because the school-based health centers do bill for services. And that is done at most school-based health centers. That form goes out annually. So regardless of whether you had a consent form the previous year or not, that information is updated throughout that student's time at that school. Does that answer your question, Representative?
Yes, thank you. But I do have a follow-up, if I may, Chair.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you. So are there any services then therefore that are provided at these school health centers that do not require a parental consent?
No, I mean, there are, I should distinguish between the services that are provided at a school-based health center, and then there are school nursing services. So while the school-based health centers work very closely with the school nurse, the services that a school nurse provides are different, than those that are at the school-based health center. So there are not you may be getting at whether there are services that students can opt out of. I mean, that is up their choice, but usually the consent forms that are signed by parents cover all the services that are provided by the school-based health center staff.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I believe that concludes testimony on this LD. Yes, Representative Zager, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just was wondering if perhaps for the work session, we could, one of the things that I noticed just on that point about consent, it has been an annual requirement. I don't know if that's in statute or if there's some rule making that pertains to that, but for the work session, I think that might be germane to the bill. It certainly would help the school-based health centers do their work more effectively for duly consented individuals if they didn't have to redo the consent every year, or if that could be in some way facilitated. I just don't know where that requirement originates from.
Any other requests from the committee for additional information for the work session? Seeing none, we will move on to our final LD for the afternoon. And that is, thank you, Representative Sachs. And that is LD 1135. An act regarding substance use disorder treatment services and increasing reimbursement rates for those services, presented to us by its sponsor, Representative Holly Stover.
Thank you, Representative Meyer and Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer and fellow members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. I'm going to forego the introduction of myself, given that I am keeping you from lunch, and I do know this. I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to present present an act regarding substance use disorder treatment services and increasing reimbursement rates for those services. And we've heard a lot about substance use disorder this morning and mental health. And this is a continuation of that discussion and those treatment services. As you know, in Maine, there were 300 opioid-related deaths in 2019. In 2020, the data that was recently released, the overdose death rate rose to 502. And in real terms, that's a 32% increase in the number of lives that were lost from the previous year. As we've all experienced, the isolation and loneliness that have been felt during this pandemic has been hard for all of us, but even greater for someone in recovery and somebody who is struggling with substance use disorder. The convergence of the pandemic isolation for people living with mental health challenges and substance use disorders has increased the risk of harm, and in too many instances, drug-related fatalities. There's an inextricable link between experience of trauma and substance use disorders. This bill requests that all substance use disorder services funded by DHHS conform to the trauma-informed principles of care as developed by the United States Department of Health and Human Services Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. This will ensure that all substance use disorder services in the state of Maine are trauma-informed with a recovery orientation. For over 4 years, I have worked in an addiction outreach program with the Boothbay Harbor Police Department. It is part of a community-based collaborative approach within a hub and spoke model that includes several partner agencies. There is a general lack of availability of detox and residential beds, which certainly has been amplified in the wake of the pandemic. In my experience and in general terms, there is limited access to detox, residential, and outpatient treatment. And I'm not saying they don't exist. The waiting list can be daunting and very long, and people do not have the time to wait. The number of beds and slots in Maine are limited. If you have ever sat with a person through the withdrawal process I have, it is excruciating. And without medical intervention, people will be driven to use opiates just to stop that suffering in the moment. It is in that moment that access and availability beds is crucial to addressing the treatment needs for individuals. This committee is aware of the ongoing efforts of DHHS to review and establish increased service rates. The providers of these services are concerned that waiting for the rates of reimbursement to increase may come too late and create an economic hardship that they won't be able to sustain. To ensure that services remain in place and operate with financial solvency, the following recommendations are made for rates and the length of stay adjustments. First, this bill seeks to address the need for increased rates as a 25% increase of reimbursement rate for Section 65 substance use disorder outpatient and intensive outpatient services, and all substance use disorder residential PNMI Appendix B services by 25%. It also requests that the detoxification services be based on a cost-based rate methodology. We've talked about cost-based versus fee-for-service. This is recommending a cost-based rate methodology that covers the cost of providing all aspects of that service instead of that fee-for-service arrangement. This bill also recognizes that some people benefit from extended stays in treatment. To accommodate individualized treatment needs, this bill allows for the length of stay of residential rehab type 1 to be extended from 28 to 45 days, consecutive days, based on the individual's level of care need, as well as allowing residential rehab type 2 services to extend the length of stay from 30 to 60 consecutive days, depending on that documented need. It would also allow for a change to the PNMI rules to allow for a halfway house to allow for up to 180 covered days on an annual basis per member, regardless of the number of admissions. This would remove the current limit of one single admission annually, which is often too restrictive for the residents of those programs. Finally, this bill requests that the department amend the rules by January 1st, 2022, In conversations with the department, they are respectfully requesting that a date of January 1st, 2023 be considered for completion of the rate adjustment and rule changes. I think this is a reasonable request and something that can be discussed further with the department at the work session. I thank this committee for consideration of LD 1135. Recovery is multifaceted and it is not a single event. It is a process that brings many changes, and it must be individualized to be effective. The increase to these rates and rules about length of stay will ensure existing providers will remain in place and perhaps help to grow a number of detox and residential rehab beds in Maine. And thank you, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Representative Stover. Questions for Representative Stover? Seeing none, we will welcome testimony from Mallory Shaughnessy.
Hello, I think my testimony says good morning, but I will say good afternoon. And I know you guys have had a very long day and you've been hearing a lot about these issues today. It's important because we are seeing a rise in need in the state of Maine, and we know that we will continue to see rising need over the next 2 years as an outfall of this pandemic. So good morning, Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer and members of the Joint Standing Committee, Health and Human Services. I am Mallory Shaughnessy, Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. And I am here on behalf of the Alliance in support of LD 1135. There are several pieces to the legislation, and I want to kind of take them one by one. First, ensuring that all substance use disorder services comply with trauma-informed principles of care, according to SAMHSA, is a basic fundamental need. Patients who have experienced trauma benefit from emerging best practices in trauma-informed care. These practices involve both organizational and clinical changes that have the potential to improve patient engagement, health outcomes, provider and staff wellness, and decrease unnecessary utilization. We also see quite often secondhand trauma that staff are subjected to, and the environment of the organization really needs to take that into account. This bill does not clearly state that the department should develop and provide training to providers and clinicians to support trauma-informed practices and principles, but it would be a very good investment of some of the federal COVID relief dollars to do that training and bring that into Maine in a more comprehensive way. We know that substance use and misuse are on the rise and will continue to rise. Secondly, providing an increase of 25% to Section 65 reimbursement for outpatient services for substance use treatment is in keeping with the increases in the Consumer Price Index since these rates were last set. The department currently has a rate study in progress for Section 65 intensive outpatient services, which is one of the services in Section 65 for outpatient substance use. And it does show a need for a considerable increase. However, based on the Myers and Stauffer implementation report, the proposed timing for a full Section 65 rate study, which would include the other basic outpatient treatment for substance use, may not begin until 2023. And we know there are growing wait lists. Third, DHHS has a rate study currently in progress for Section 97, Appendix B, residential treatment for substance use, funded by their Support for Me grant award. The shared proposed rates so far show the need for a substantial increase, which supports the provider's claims that the current rates have not been adequate for some time. And this is reflected in the growing wait lists and the lack of access that we are seeing. And over this past year, we have seen 2 detox centers in Maine teetering on the edge of shutting down with the need for increased funding. One of them has ended up shutting down.
Please.
Okay. Finally, this bill calls for change in the length of stay for residential rehabilitation to better accommodate flexibility based on clinical need and to remove the limit of a single admission to halfway house services. All the pieces of this legislation appear to be based on solid ground and worthy of support. It appears the department is largely in agreement based on studies they have underway. The big sticking point is that they have not included these needs in the budget presented and passed by this body last week. And I will just say that I'm wrapping up, my time is up, but the Section 1902 of the Social Security Act states that state Medicaid payment rates have to be efficient, economic, and have a quality of care, but they also have to produce an adequate network of providers to be, quote unquote, sufficient to provide access to the general population. It is safe to say with the growing wait list that we have, this is not happening. So we urge you not to pass on this bill, and I'd be happy to bring more information and answer any questions that you may have. And sorry if I went a little over.
Thank you, Mallory. Questions from the committee for Ms. Shaughnessy? Seeing none.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. There does not appear to be anyone in the queue to provide additional testimony on 11:35. So with that, yes, Senator Claxton.
Thank you. I think I saw that Katie Fulham Harris has joined us, and she was originally scheduled to testify on this bill. And she just got
And
moved
there
in the
she
room.
is. Welcome,
Thank you.
Ms. Harris. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. So Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, members of the committee, I am Katie Fulham Harris, and I'm here to testify in strong support of LD 1135. Over the last 5 years and in response to the opioid epidemic, Maine Health has developed a multifaceted prevention, education, and treatment model to address the substance use epidemic that's facing our state. And as of March 1st of this year, our program served 1,737 patients in this year alone. We are making a difference. And as the epidemic within the pandemic continues to surge, we've added people with lived experience to all of our care teams, as well as our hospital emergency departments, thanks to a grant from the state. We have pivoted to service patients virtually and provided telephones to those who did not otherwise have access. We've hired a medical director of addiction who's ensuring that the care is both high quality and effectively meeting the needs of our patients. And we are losing money on every Maine Care patient who walks through the door. For each hour of service that we provide, we lose an average of $59.52. As you know, Maine Care is in the process of the rate review. We've heard about that for several years now. And the comparison data show that the substance use services are well below average and the median. And more alarmingly, that the state is paying just 59% of what it would be paying if services were paid at the level of the comparison states. So this epidemic is taking too many lives with little attention being invested into the high quality system of treatment that is needed to support patients when they're ready to engage. And I would also note that the bill would require cost-based reimbursement for services for medically monitored withdrawal, which Maine has very insufficient capacity for, and we just lost at least temporarily lost one of our 2 providers in that area. When we looked at the Maine Care rates, it came as no surprise that they couldn't maintain the staffing necessary to support the services. So we support the rate increase for that as well. And we would suggest that the 25% increase in this bill for the Section 65 services be modified to reflect the cost of providing high quality treatment. So one of the issues that we've had with a rate review is that it doesn't look at the cost of providing care in the state of Maine and uses these comparison states, but without looking at the foundation of cost, which is the floor that we have to build from in order to develop our service system. So with that, thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Katie, for being here. Questions for Ms. Harris? Seeing none.
Great, thanks so much.
Sure thing. Now, I think we have concluded testimony on 1135. So I will ask the committee if there is any additional information you'd like to ask Ms. Dooling for the work session. Seeing none, I will close the hearing on 1135. Ask Erin if there is anything else on our agenda.
I know you have work sessions beginning at 2, so you have a little bit of time.
Perfect. Okay, with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn until we return for work sessions.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor? Enjoy your lunch.
Got everything lined up, Anna? We'll wait for a couple more folks to join us. So this is a continuation of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. We had the public hearing this morning. We're going to roll over to work session on 9 bills this afternoon as we work our way through our list. And we'll go in the order they're published, starting with LD 250. And our analyst will lead us through her thoughts about these bills, and then we'll have a chance to discuss them.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen, which means finding the right thing. Where is the right thing? So, can you see 250 there?
Yes.
Excellent. Is it big enough?
If you shrink the right column.
If I shrink the right column.
You
want it smaller?
The little arrow on the right. If you just hit that right column will go smaller.
Oh, you want it smaller?
No.
Okay.
Not that right. Yeah.
Do you need it bigger or no?
Okay. We'll live with this.
Okay. I'm sure I'm not following what you wanted, whether you wanted it bigger or not.
Okay, LD 250. So this is an act to assist nursing homes in the management of facility beds. It makes the following changes to the nursing facility laws. It restores the ability of nursing facilities to voluntarily reduce the number of their licensed beds and then later increase the number of their licensed beds to the prior level after obtaining a certificate of need and meeting certain conditions. This is related to the bed banking piece. It modifies the process to obtain a certificate of need approval to reopen reserved beds. The applications that seek to reopen reserved beds must be approved if the projected incremental cost of reopening and operating the reopened beds are consistent with the facility's cost of operating its other beds. Applicants are not required to demonstrate that any increases in main care costs are offset by other main care savings. The cost of ongoing operation of both the restored beds and the complement of facility beds at the time the reserved beds are reopened must be recognised as allowable costs and incorporated into the facility main care payment rates. The bill also requires the department to include in its calculation of reimbursement for services provided by a nursing facility the cost incurred by the facility for a medical director. If you remember, that's currently limited to $10,000 a year. And fourth, the bill requires the cost incurred by a nursing facility for the acquisition, use, and maintenance of computer or cloud-based software systems to be included as a fixed cost. This is the three pieces: the bed banking, the medical director, and the software. So just as a sort of a refresher from last year, although you've scratched the surface and I can only get so far here. There are three components to main care reimbursement. There's direct care, routine costs, and fixed costs. So we're not talking about the direct care costs here, we're just talking about routine and fixed for the second two pieces. So you heard from Rick Erb that there are concerns about temporary, you also heard this yesterday, temporary declines in residencies with COVID, but that they can't take beds temporarily offline under current law. They already live within the routine cap for medical director, but they'd like to remove the statutory $10,000 cap. And the cloud-based software is currently under the routine cap, but other computer and software related costs are under fixed cost components. So I went back and looked at LD 1577 because this bill is the same as the amended version from 1577 last year. And so since you didn't ask for Herb this time, I figured I had to see what he said last year. So last year, this is relating to the computer side of it. Last year, Herb mentioned that this is not an audit decision, but an accounting standards decision, and that this is related to whether it's considered capital or not, although I forget exactly which way it goes. But this is about the fixed versus routine and whether it's capital or not. So routine has a facility-specific cap, and most facilities exceed it, but they don't get reimbursed over that cap. But fixed is more of a pass-through, which is why they would like to move it to the pass-through. And what he told you last year was that that is something that you could change. You did have a question, I believe, about the cost of the cloud-based software. And we did get an answer from Rick yesterday. And he said that facilities are losing because cloud-based software isn't currently considered a nursing home fixed cost. In this way, it is treated differently from traditional software that is purchased. Facilities and owners that he spoke to report that they are losing an amount in the area of $10,000 because they couldn't claim the cost as a fixed cost. And that's because they're over their routine caps. So I'm just going to stop sharing for a minute here. So the last thing that I wanted to mention, because we hadn't received the preliminary fiscal impact from OFPR yet. So I went back to have a look at LD 1577, especially for anybody who doesn't remember or is new to this committee that wouldn't necessarily know. And it will have a fiscal note if you move forward with this bill. The fiscal note last year and for the full year, the medical director piece had a general fund cost of $244,000, and with matching federal funds and other special revenue from the nursing facility tax. And the computer piece was $537,000 in general fund for the full year, with matching federal funds and other special revenue. So that's 1.9 million in the first year and 2.6 million in the second year, which is the full year of general fund costs. And I can bring that up if you like, or you can also have a look at it online if you would like. I did check with Luke that he thought that would be roughly the same, so that he wouldn't be mad if I said, well, you don't have a fiscal note, but I can give them last year's, right? And he said that that was fine. So that's what I have for that one.
Okay, any questions of the analyst's work? All right, how do people want to approach this? Do you want to break it down into the 3 different parts and consider each and see what we think? How are people feeling about the bed banking portion of this bill? I see some nodding heads. Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this is necessary, and I mean, I'm willing for it to go forward, or if people want to break it down, that's fine. But otherwise, I'd be willing to accept it as it is. Thank you.
Yes, and I was only offering to break it down just for the discussion purposes. I don't see pulling it apart for the whole bill. Sorry if I misspoke. Are there any other thoughts about the bed banking? I mean, it seems to make sense to me to take beds offline if they're not being used. Would allow some flexibility. You don't have to staff for a certain size. Yeah, it just makes sense. It doesn't let you close off a wing or something like that and save some money that way. So anybody who's not comfortable with that portion of it, the bed banking. Okay, all right. How about the limit on the spending for the medical director? Currently 10,000, which is a limit within the limits. I didn't recall last year's conversation, but I'm surprised a bit by the price tag for that. Since I somewhat understood Rick to imply that some of that would be absorbed by the entity, but maybe he wants to clarify that. Anybody else with questions about that or the fiscal note? Okay, maybe we could ask, let's go to the software. How do people feel about reclassifying software cloud-based as fixed? Everybody, yes, Senator Moore.
I was just going to say, I totally support that. Anymore, everything is in the cloud. Everything's online. And that's basically that's all you can get. Very hard once in a while where you get a CD with your software on it. So yes, I think it's important that we include that as fixed cost.
Okay. Any other thoughts around the committee? All right, maybe we can get Mr. Erb in here to answer the question about the appropriateness of fiscal note for the medical director. Thank you for being here, Mr. Erb.
Good to be here.
So far, the committee seems interested in the bed banking and supporting that, and in changing the software in the way it's described to a fixed cost. The remaining portion of the bill then is removing the limits on the medical director. And can you explain how that would work in a typical nursing home, or is that going to trigger reimbursement demands?
I don't know how they calculated the fiscal note, but I would point out that around 70% of the average nursing home is main care, but the remainder is private pay and Medicare. So you would never get 100% of the cost paid for through the main care program. I think the biggest reason that it would not have a large fiscal impact is they still have to stay within their cap. Believe that this comes under the routine cap, which, as we've already pointed out, facilities are up against it already. I don't know how they calculated the fiscal note, but I would tend to believe it would not be as large as what they're saying. But I again, I don't know how they did it. You know, to me though, I mean, we're talking about a cap of $10,000 a year on a physician's services, and we've seen from cost reports that were turned in our own surveys, it's just not realistic anymore. There are a handful of places, typically very rural, where a physician is willing to do that. They are few and far between. I think asking them to stay within a cap, as Senator Claxton referred to it, just doesn't make any sense anymore. So I hope people will not be put off by a fiscal note. The impact is going to be muted because the fact is they are already capped.
And we'll get a chance to review the fiscal note when it comes back to us. And maybe you could work with Luke to make sure that all the assumptions upon which it's based
Yes,
are accurate and reflect current reality.
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you. So are people comfortable proceeding with that for now, knowing that we'll get a chance to review the fiscal note when it comes back? I see some nodding heads. Yes, Senator Moore.
Oops, they put the video on here. Yes, I would make the motion that we do an ought to pass as amended on LD 250.
I would second that.
And the amendment portion is the fiscal note.
That
No
is
language,
correct.
no language change. Okay.
That is correct.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion about LD 240 and the motion on the floor, which is ought to pass as amended?
It's LD 250, Senator.
What did I say? 240? Yeah, 250. Can't read my own writing. Okay. So I don't see any other discussion. So why don't we move to a vote, Ms. Withy, if you could help us with that.
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover. Representative Stover is absent. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan, Representative Madigan is absent. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 11 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Erb. Help us with that, some of that discussion, and we'll look forward to what comes back from your work with Luke.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And next is LD 614 and related to veterans homes and the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay. Let me bring up the right one. I have to move along here. 614. Can you see 614?
Yes, that works.
All right. So this resolve requires the Department of Health and Human Services to amend its rules governing Maine care reimbursement in order to provide cost-based reimbursement to Maine veterans homes nursing facilities through June 30th, 2023. It applies to only their nursing facility beds, not their residential care beds. The sponsor said he was looking for a one-time extension of Senator Lucchini's bill from the 129th to deal with the COVID crisis. You heard from Maine Veterans Homes that the peer group system doesn't work for Maine Veterans Homes because their costs are higher and their requirements are more stringent. They have a higher need. They have more men and PTSD and other injuries, and they have a $3.3 million annual shortfall between allowed costs and actual payments. And you also heard about the Maine Veterans Home providing the state portion for matching VA grants. You heard from the department that they're concerned about the approach in the bill that would single out Maine Veterans Homes over other nursing homes by reimbursing them differently. With the COVID measures that related to quarantines, the temporary rate increases, outbreak rates, and so on. Just as a sort of drafting reminder that this bill doesn't extend Senator Lucchini's bill. Senator Lucchini's bill was drafted exactly the same way as this bill, but that bill wasn't passed. Instead, in 2019, Chapter 343, Part XXXX, I know it looks like it's a placeholder, but it really is what it is, which is the biennial budget, included a supplemental payment of $750,000 in each year of the last biennium, along with the federal match. That should say the funding. The funding was to be distributed proportional to the shortfall of each Maine veteran home nursing facility. So this bill doesn't do that. It changes the methodology of reimbursing Maine veterans homes nursing facilities in a manner that is more like island nursing facilities. So you did also receive some additional material from Maine Veterans Homes, which I can bring up in a minute, although I would prefer not to have to explain it. And that included the nursing facility shortfall by Maine Veterans Homes location, a payer comparison, the residents served, the examples of state supplemental funding and savings for state veterans homes among different states, that is, a Maine Veterans Home COVID-19 fiscal impact analysis, as well as the state plan amendment, which is related to the XXX. I don't know if that was enough X's. And I did include, just so you could see what it looked like, the remote island facilities, which is a little bit different. There are also supplemental payments for remote island PNMIs and adult family care homes, but this is more like the nursing facility piece is more like what they're looking for in this bill. So that's that part. And now can you see so this is, I'm just gonna quickly fly through this because it's not my document. And I'm sure that we have Colonel Cash here to go through this with you if you would like some more detail. You had a lot of these documents last year, so I asked for them again. So you can see on that first page, the shortfall by location, including this one in yellow here is because it's residential beds only at Machias, so they wouldn't specifically benefit from this bill. And then you can see the payer comparison for Maine Care, Medicare, private, and of course VA for Maine Veterans Homes compared to what it looks like in other nursing homes. And then, I don't know if you can see that or not, the number of residents that are served per year. And then the examples of states supplemental funding and savings for their veterans homes. And then the next page, I believe, is the shortfall there. And you can, like I said, I'm not the expert, but you can see the 3.3 million that you heard about at the public hearing. And then the things that are related to the SPA. So I'm going to stop sharing that, but I'm happy to bring it back up again if you would like to talk to the Maine Veterans Homes folks in more detail about that.
Thank you.
Oh, and one last thing. If you did have specific questions about how cost-based reimbursement would work, I believe that we could get somebody from the department, but not until between 3 and 4. So if you do have more specific questions about that, because I'm not the one that can answer those.
So let's start with the analysis. Are any questions for Anna before we go further? I don't see any. Mr. Alley has joined us a couple times, as has Representative Toole. Representative Toole, did you have a chance to hear that analysis?
I did, and I want to thank your analyst for presenting that. I know, not being an HHS type of person, the intent originally with this bill was to basically take off and proceed from where we left off with funding last year with Senator Lucchini's bill, realizing that was put into the budget. I know that's more than a technical change, but that was my intention when I stated that it was his idea that was put forward with LD 606, and to go forward with the end result to basically do a one-time extension. I also, in putting this forward, realize we are getting federal money. I'm not sure what the strings attached to it are, but if funding is a concern, I would suggest that the bill be amended to use any federal funds that could be used appropriately to cover the cost of this, because the veterans' homes are in a really dire situation. And I think if we can use that one-time money for a one-time bill, I think that would be an appropriate use of it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Alley has joined us, and we can have Mr. Cash join us too. Mr. Alley, did you have any questions about what you've heard? If you want to unmute and join us, that's okay. Welcome, Mr. Cash. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your rank, sir.
Colonel. I retired as colonel.
Colonel. Any comments in response to the analysis you've heard?
I just wanted to make one note on the analysis. There's a kind of an income analysis or impact analysis page, and I know that I just wanted to show you, clarify what the impact has been because of COVID. So that page, that it lists what our revenues have been, and it includes what we've received from both the federal and state sources, and then the lost revenue because of census is being restricted, and then the additional expenses. So that's what that was about. That wasn't the main care shortfall of 3.3. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that as well.
Thank you for clarifying that. Does anybody have any questions either for Representative Toole or Colonel Cash? I don't. Yes, Senator Moore.
Yes, thank you, Senator Claxton. I guess my only concern in looking at this, that it's only covering the facilities that have nursing facility beds and not residential care beds. Is that how I'm understanding it?
That is correct. This would only change the nursing home side of Medicaid. It would not apply to residential care.
Is that really what we wanted? I thought we were wanting it to cover all of it.
Well, ideally, yes, we would. The bill that was put in 2 years ago, the decision was made at that time that we, to go for both would have been a challenge. We wanted to kind of throw out a test to see if we could do it for nursing home side, because there's a lot more precedence. Residential care is generally assisted living in other states, and that typically isn't covered by Medicaid in many other states. So we just looked at nursing home side. So you're right. Again, this bill, and we're very thankful the bill was put in, but it was put in as an extension of the previous bill. So yes, you're right. The other thing, Senator Moore, that I wanted to bring up too on this was that we had hoped through the main care rate structure review that we'd have an opportunity to deal with both nursing home side and the res care side. But we know now from their report that it's going to be at least a couple of years before they get to that.
Thank you, Colonel. I really wanted it to include residential beds on it.
I understand that. Yes, I understand that.
So is that a proposed amendment?
I'm turning to the sponsor. I'm a co-sponsor and I would say yes.
I see that sponsor's nodding his head. Would you accept that as a friendly amendment, Representative Tool?
Yes, keeping in mind that I know absolutely nothing about healthcare. I'm more at home in state and local government, so that is absolutely, although Senator Baldacci might not agree with that, but depending on the day, but that is absolutely fine with me to make that amendment, yes.
We have something to learn from Anna. Go ahead.
Well, I'll have to say that Representative Tool, there are days when I was more comfortable in state and local than I am in HHS too. I know how you feel. I spent 8 years in there. So I just want to remind you that the 4X was also only nursing facilities. It wasn't res care beds, Senator Moore, just so you know. But I just want to make sure that if you are going to go down this road, that I would need to work with the department on how this is worded, because nursing facility reimbursement is different from res care. So I'm not sure you can just cost settle it the same way. I don't know. And also I just want to make sure before you go down this road that I'm still not entirely sure whether you are looking for the cost-based reimbursement or whether you're looking for the extension of 4X. I mean, with additional funding. Just whenever you decide to go there, I'm still not entirely clear on that. But I just want to make sure that you know that they are funded differently for res care. And so just to remember that when you go to move forward.
Representative Tool, do you have any thoughts? Your initial attempt was to enhance nursing home payment? I think you're still muted. If you're talking, I can't tell through the mask.
Sorry about that. My original intent was to go with the original bill from 2 years ago. That's what it was drafted as. But certainly, as Senator Moore has said, obviously, I certainly do agree with expanding it. I am fine with that, with the residential, and keeping in mind that this is a one-time thing and it's COVID related, and that my intention of funding it would come from the federal 1 point whatever billion it is that we're getting. I would go that way, yes.
Okay.
Defer to Senator Moore on that.
So you're also amending and offering an amendment that would identify as federal dollars as first dollars in.
If that's how it works, yes.
Okay. So Anna, would you feel more comfortable having this tabled and bring back the language for consideration, or do you think we can do this as language review when it comes
No,
back?
it's about telling me what your intent is.
Yeah.
Because I'm still confused about when you talk about extending Senator Lucchini's bill. Senator Lucchini's bill didn't pass. Senator Lucchini's bill went to the table, stayed there, was left there, and there was a chunk of money that was put into into Maine Veterans Homes, not cost-based. And the other question that I have is I'm still a little confused about this one time. I understand that I heard about one time. One time makes sense when you're talking about a chunk of money. It doesn't make sense when you're talking about changing the way that you would reimburse a nursing home, like changing the methodology. So it's just a matter of you being clear about what you want. And I don't know what that is at this point. So you've got a number of things going on. It's the type of methodology, you've got the nursing facility and res care side, and you've got the one time or not one time piece. And that's putting aside anything about federal money.
Right. So maybe Colonel Cash can help us with the, your understanding of the bill would increase payments to nursing home. Is that based on a percentage rate that would be a one-year increase, or what's your understanding of how this is written?
Well, and again, I'm completely at a loss when it comes to how the legislation has to go. I'm trying to be pragmatic about this. I would say that in how this was worked before, we know that it worked last time because we were able to do that and we achieved a state plan amendment. And I really am banking on getting a fix, a long-term fix, when the main care rate structure is redone. I think it would be very problematic to try to include residential care in this bill at this time. I think that probably spending XXXX with a more appropriate amount than what was done before, because that was, of course, trimmed from the appropriations process, is probably going to be the most effective.
Excuse me, Colonel. Representative Toole, can you mute your computer? Thank you. Go ahead, Colonel.
So in short, I think that extending the spirit of the quadruple X is probably the most workable way to do it. And we, again, can't thank Representative Toole enough for suggesting or putting this in for us. I don't know if that's helpful or not, Senator.
It is, sir. No, thank you. That helps. So, Senator Moore, I guess you have an invitation to produce some new legislation.
I guess so.
For consideration, depending upon how the federal dollars come out of rescue.
Yeah.
And is that enough direction for you then, Ms. Brom, about XXXX?
Yes, I just have one more question, and I think that this is a question for Colonel Cash. Is my understanding is you're looking for a different amount this time, so I just need to know more or less what the total is, and then Luke can break it up in terms of state funding and federal funding. I just need to know the amount per year, I think.
Yeah, no, so a great question, and forgive me but if you go back to the amount of what the total shortfall is typically been, and of course, the attachment that we provided earlier said, last year we had a shortfall amount of 4.1. I will tell you that that the last 3 months of that was COVID. We were in the COVID pandemic, so there was a bit of an increase. But if you look at the shortfall average from my written testimony, and you were to kind of take the average over the last 5 years.
Do I have the right page up on the screen, Colonel?
No, actually, it would have been from the written testimony.
Oh, okay. That'll take me longer to find.
If you looked at the average shortfall over the last 5 years, you'd probably come closer to $3.5 to $3.6 million. If you use that and then geared that, so I'd say instead of 750,000 per year, it would be closer to 1.1, 1.2 million per year. Again, I'm trying to be fair and equitable and mindful of the resources. But we are losing more and more money every year because of that gap. On the attachment that I gave, you can see how the gap increased from $15 and change to over $22 and change. That's per day, per Medicaid patient. It really adds up over the numbers.
So Representative Toole, what was the initial dollar figure in the bill?
I believe in the bill that I had, I believe it was right around 4.6 million. If I'm
total
looking at it, if I'm looking at the right document correctly, I believe it was 2.2 or 2.3 per year of each fiscal year.
And the question is that general fund money, or are you adding up general fund and federal?
I'm going based on I don't have the breakdown. I'm just going on the bottom line memory of what was in it. So
it's total.
Total, yeah. Okay.
So I'm looking at what is in his bill, and I think that those are appropriate numbers.
So we'll leave that the way it is.
Yes.
So it's 4.5 or 4.6 or whatever it was.
Right. Well, it's going to be a general fund of 1.3 and then a matching fund of 2.3. So that's going to come out to basically a 3.6, which is what I said earlier.
Yeah, so it's 1.3 a year from the general fund roughly. Okay, thank you. I think we've finally ironed that out. So right now, the amendments that I know of are federal dollars first. And I'll leave that to Anna to come up with language for that. Spend the free money first. And then the only other amendment is the fiscal note.
It's a complete strike and replace. It's just we're using the funding that's in the budget. I mean,
Yeah.
in the bill. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any further discussion of LD 614? Any other questions, suggestions? All right. So yes, Representative Perry.
I would like to move LD 614 as ought to pass as amended.
I'll second that motion.
Motion and seconded. Is there any further discussion before we vote? I don't see any hands up, so we'll go to Ms. Withy.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover. Representative Stover is absent. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 12 yes, 1 absent.
And I'd like to request permission to work with both the department and Maine Veterans Homes on that language.
Please. Anything to make it better. And thank you again to Colonel Cash for being here to help us square some of that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, that brings us to consideration of LD 684. Recognizing that some nursing facilities have higher than average main care use above a certain threshold. That worked?
Okay, you're looking at the right one, yes?
That's 684 resolved.
Okay, 684. So this resolve requires the department to amend its rules governing supplemental payments to nursing facilities where the number of main care residents constitutes more than 80% of the total number of residents, to remove the requirement that such nursing facilities have base year direct and routine aggregate costs per day that are less than the median aggregate direct and routine allowable costs for the facilities peer group. And this is also an emergency bill. So you heard from the sponsor and from Rick Erb. In 2018, there was an increase for nursing facilities with a high main care, a high main care census above 80%. If a facility with a high main care census has high costs, it is excluded from that benefit, and high costs are usually due to labor. The department, you heard about the rate study that they're recommending that the department move away from cost-settled methodologies because there's no incentive for cost containment or quality care. And all nursing facilities with greater than 70% main care receive 40 cents a day for each percentage over 70%, and an additional 60 cents a day for each percentage point over 80%, as long as they have the cost below the median. And the department would prefer no changes while they're working on new methodologies. How many facilities would this impact? I didn't have this last night, but Molly sent it to me this morning, that in state fiscal year 21-22, this would apply to 6 facilities. And when they rebase, this could go up or down, but they can't know that. But it would be 6 based on the current period. We haven't yet received the fiscal note from OFPR, the preliminary fiscal impact. And then the last thing was just a reminder, Representative Craven knows these bills better than anyone. Public Law 2013, Chapter 594, Section 3, which was passed in 2014, established that supplemental payment for greater than 70% main care facilities. Before that, I think it was 90, I believe. And then in 2018, as you heard, Chapter 460, Section B3, subsection 3, established the supplemental payment for low-cost facilities for those with main care census over 80%. And I did include those so that you could look at them if you wanted to.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, as one of the co-sponsors of this bill and how important I think we've all discussed keeping nursing homes in our state running, I would move to ought to pass. Make a motion that this should ought to pass.
I would second.
And moved and seconded.
And it will have a fiscal note, so that would be ought to pass as amended.
As amended. Yeah.
Ought to pass as amended with the fiscal note.
Okay. Any questions, concerns about this one? Follow up? The only question I had is, does this strip out the median, below median stipulation? Does the bill as presented ought to pass, does that strip out that median provision?
Sorry, I'm just looking. I
Sorry,
believe so.
I'm looking
To remove the requirement that such nursing facilities have base year direct and routine aggregate costs per day.
Okay. I think in the circumstances and with the variables, that makes sense. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So there's motion on the floor to ought to pass as amended. And are there any further discussion? So we'll go to Ms. Withy again for the vote.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 13 yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that gets us to 7:16. Changes to the Oversight Advisory Board and the Mortality Review Panel. I just saw 6:52 go by. There's 7:16. There we go.
I can't see the numbers on the tabs, so space across the lot. All right. So, an act to enhance and improve the Maine Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board, and to establish the Aging and Disability Mortality Review Panel. So this bill has two pieces to it. One piece establishes the Aging and Disability Mortality Review Panel to review deaths of and serious injuries to all adults receiving home-based and community-based services under a waiver approved by CMS. And then the second piece of it also makes changes to the laws governing the Maine Developmental Services Oversight and Advisory Board, the OAB, moving the budget of the board from DHHS to DAFS, and requiring disclosure of final reports of investigations pursuant to the Adult Protective Services Act to the OAB, and it clarifies the appointment process for members of the board. So you heard from the testimony or during the public hearing, the mortality review panel sections are the same as proposed and voted on in the biennial budget conversations. The only difference is the amended definition of adults receiving services in the budget language. And you'll remember that this mortality review panel was related to the OIG investigation from a few years ago. Just a few. LD 1377 and the 129th also included the sections related to the Maine Developmental Oversight and Advisory Board. So that's sections 9 to 12 of this bill. So that's the piece that wasn't in the budget. OAB and its predecessor are part of the oversight system that was established when the Pineland Consent Decree was being wound up in 2007. The OAB are now receiving some of the information that they're supposed to be receiving under the law after receiving none for several years. And you heard that the OAB is still necessary for maintaining an effective adult protective system for adults with ID or autism. This does require a public records exception review by the Judiciary Committee. That letter has already been submitted for the budget. It included mention of LD 716 because you never know what's going to be included in a budget. So that was the right thing to do. And that review is next Wednesday. That's not right. Next
Thursday?
Yeah, whatever. No, next Tuesday, assuming that you move forward with it. So the last year's LD 1377, or actually it was probably the year before, was a unanimous report. This bill is exactly the amended version that came out of 1377. You will probably want to make the change to the language in this bill that you also made to the budget, which is to change the definition of adults receiving services, which means adults receiving home-based and community-based services under 42 CFR Part 441. And that's was the department's request during the budget conversations to and make sure to include that the new community waiver that they're planning to apply for, the 1915K, would also be included. So if you want to move forward with the bill as it's written, you may want to make that same change that you made during the budget. There was a question during the public hearing about LD 1676 and the 128th in the veto. The enacted version that was sent to the governor that year was entirely different to LD 1377 or this bill. That minority report was adopted by the legislature, and it changed the makeup of the Maine Elder Death Analysis Review Team, which is housed in the Office of the Attorney General. It added positions to the OAG, and if Representative Connor is interested in all the details of that, I'd be happy to send those to him. But this bill didn't really, 1676 didn't look like 1377, but 1377 looks exactly like this bill.
Thank you. Any reaction? Yes, Senator Moore.
I guess the only thank you, Senator Clausen. The only question I have is that if the section on the mortality review panel section was what was already included in the now signed biennial budget, do we even need to keep it in this bill, or it's no? I misunderstood that, Anna. What?
My understanding is it was part of your discussions on the biennial budget, but I don't think it was in the so-called skinny budget.
Gotcha.
Thank you. It's just that you've talked about it before. Not my term.
Hadn't heard that.
All right.
Baseline budget, I believe, is the correct term.
Baseline, thank you. Any other questions or clarifications for analysts? Are you good with this, Representative Madigan, since this is your bill?
Yes, I'm fine with it. And I like to think of it as Dale Deno's bill.
Okay, and was that a move to ought to pass as amended?
Yes, I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second.
I
Thank you.
do just want to remind you that it also has a position, which, you know, was in the budget. So I'm just letting you know that that will be in the fiscal note.
Mhm. Okay. All right, so the motion on the floor is ought to pass as amended. The amendments being definition changes and fiscal note for the position. Any other question or discussion about that? So we'll turn it over to Ms. Withy to run the vote.
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor,
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 13 yes.
Oh, we've been joined then by some other folks, so that's good. All right. So that will get us to LD 652, which is the emergency reimbursement rate review process.
So I'll just bring that up. All right, 652. All right, so LD 652. So this bill requires DHHS to establish a process for emergency reimbursement rate review to be used at times of extraordinary circumstances. And this process would be established as part of the current rate review process undertaken by the department. So you heard from the sponsor that extraordinary, and she's looking for some changes in the language. Extraordinary circumstances are currently available in 3 sections of main care. They're 3 institutional sections, 50, 67, and 97, Appendix C. That she would like it extended to all sections of main care. And to add to the definition of extraordinary circumstances, to include recognizing regional and local requirements. For example, the Portland minimum wage and the hazard pay requirements. And she is requesting an amendment to include that. Appeal process as well. The proponents, you heard that staffing issues have been exacerbated, especially when the labor portion of a rate is below the minimum wage, and that some intellectual disability providers and behavioral health services have stopped operating in Portland. You heard a request for a mechanism to trigger an emergency rate review that could be based on a percentage of people under a main care section who are going without staffing, and a methodology to competitively hire that was related to Section 19 in particular, that they are at the back of the line for the rate review, but nursing facility eligible people on Section 19 are not getting services. And that department, you heard they already have provided extraordinary circumstance payments. They allowed additional codes, adjusted assessments on an emergency basis without additional formal procedures. And the rate evaluation recommends regularly scheduled inflation increases. And the department is exploring options for regional differences in rates. So there were some amendment requests in there. There were some other things that I noted. So the bill is drafted in the main care section. There are a number of state-funded equivalents of some main care sections, and you have seen some of those initiatives in budgets, not so much this one, but the last one, to standardize some of those sections of general funded state programs that are equivalents of main care. This would apply only to main care, not to those state-funded equivalents. And then the question that came up a number of times during the public hearing is this issue that is related to the fiscal note, whether this is a process only or whether it's intended to increase rates. So this is the takeaway that you need to think about if you want to move forward with the bill. If the intention is that it's only a process, then you would need to include language to make that clear. I mean, where does that recommendation go? Does it go to the department? Does it go to the legislature? Does it go somewhere else? If it's intended to require the department to raise rates, then that's why it has a fiscal note. And I think that's the purpose of this, is you're hearing about providers that are struggling because they can't, their reimbursement rates are not high enough. They're for extraordinary circumstance type reasons. They're not looking for a process. They're looking for something that actually accomplishes what they are looking for. That's why there's a fiscal note. So if you intend this to only be a process, and that triggers some kind of recommendation, then you can write that, and that might not have a fiscal note. But the way that this is written, it has a fiscal note for a reason. The intent behind this, the reason that the providers have come to you with this bill, is because they are looking for rates to be increased when there's a need for that. So if the intention is to require the department to raise rates, then you need to have a way to make it funded by the legislature. Or what happens if it's not funded? So those are things to think about when you decide this is a process. What happens after that process has been completed? You had some requests for additional information, which I sent you in the middle of the day. I'm sorry about that. I'm just going to sort of go through some of these answers that we got from Molly while we do this. So you asked about how the extraordinary circumstances happened for section 50, 60, 67 and 97C and F, and existing policy for these sections allows for an extraordinary circumstance allowance. And for example, the Appendix C, facilities which experience unforeseen and uncontrollable events during a year that result in unforeseen and uncontrollable increases in expenses, as defined herein, may request an adjustment to a prospective rate in the form of an extraordinary circumstance allowance. And if you go down further in here, actually, you'll see the definitions in here. How often is extraordinary circumstance used? Was it used for the initial minimum wage increase? And when was it used recently? The extraordinary circumstance allowance is used in limited circumstances, but that's the intent of the rule. It's for unforeseen and uncontrollable circumstances that result in increased cost, and it has been used for the minimum wage law change in limited circumstances. There was a question about the impact of pandemic on rates and how it was formally included and how it was funded. And the department has utilized flexibility under existing state authority in the main care benefits manual for temporary rate increases and outbreak rate increases for long-term care facilities. The disaster state plan authority under CMS 1135 waiver available to states under the public health emergency to provide temporary rate increases and outbreak rates to PNMI, B and D that do not have extraordinary circumstance authority and rule, supplemental payments to hospitals, to providers of certain behavioural health services and to providers of children's preventive and dental services, and the federal Appendix K amendment that you have had discussions about during the supplemental budget. And under the recently passed budget, the department will again utilise the disaster state plan amendments and Appendix K authorities to provide additional COVID support to behavioural health and home and community-based services respectively. And I'm sure Molly is here, she can tell you more about that. And these rate increases were made possible by the enhanced federal match available to states under the federal public health emergency. Then you asked about the rate study process and whether it takes into account workforce shortage and related labor costs. And I'm not going to read all of this to you because you don't want to listen to me talk for that long. But there is a distinction between the comprehensive rate system evaluation with Myers and Stover that you have heard about and a more formal rate study. And my understanding is that this is the workforce shortage and related labor cost issues are beyond the scope of the comprehensive rate study system evaluation, but are something that can be taken into account when they're doing rate studies. And once again, I'm sure Molly can talk more about that if you would like. How will a new rate study process account for the types of pressures that are included by extraordinary circumstance, but in other sections of main care that don't have that language? The department is currently reviewing the rate system evaluation recommendations to adapt as appropriate into its own proposed plan for implementation. And then there was the question about state-funded services, and they also infer from the placement in Medicaid that it is only main care, but not the state-funded services, but the intent is not clear. And then the last question is about how the department would fund rate increases, because this is, as we talked earlier, this is about having if you get a recommendation for a rate increase through this process, what happens. And they said the department aims to fund its proposed rate increases through budget proposals. Generally, the department does not increase rates without proper appropriations. Estimated costs for new main care services and or rate increases need to be appropriated to balance sources and uses and to maintain sufficient budgetary resources to pay providers in a timely manner and without interruption. So you would need to think about that if you want to move forward with this. And that does bring us to, the fiscal impact, that there is a potential current biennium cost increase with a fiscal note required. The bill expands emergency rate review process to all sections of main care, as it is unknown exactly what the parameters for requesting an emergency review will be, who will be eligible, how many times this language will be used, and when rate reviews might occur. Luke can't include an appropriation because we have no idea how much it would be, but estimates for an emergency rate review for a single policy of section of policy, could range from 10,000 to 10 million, depending on the specific section of policy involved and the increase identified by the review. In the absence of an appropriation, any new costs attributable to an emergency rate review would have an impact on other programs in the department unless additional appropriations can be made in time to accommodate future emergencies. So that takes you back to that previous answer about if there's a rate review, if there's a rate review and it determines that there should be an increase, you would need a process to come to the legislature in order to fund that.
So before we go to Representative Sachs, does this trigger the analysis trigger any questions for Anna? Okay. So Representative Sachs, did you want to chip in on, contribute to your analysis of the analysis?
Thank you so much, Senator Claxton. And I received it at 2:05, so I've been reading it as you have the memo from the department. And I had a few comments about it. And the intent of this bill was to put in a process. There currently exist extraordinary circumstance processes. And as the department memo states, there is indeed a way to reflect, for example, minimum wage. The pandemic was less the impetus for this. Things like workforce shortages have been coming anyway. And the pandemic, of course, is an extraordinary public health episode. But really what this bill was about was to put in a process so that if there are local or regional determination circumstances like minimum wage, like the hazard pay in Portland. Again, not talking about whether that is a good or a bad policy, but just the fact that it happened. There was no way to go forward. And I would assume that the department would then utilize the same mechanisms that it has when it has considered minimum wage increases in the past. And so that was the point of this bill. Much of the memo, I think, does not actually address what was proposed here. The reason, as I said when I brought this bill forward, whether you utilize this as part of the bigger RSE study or whether you utilize this as just its standalone, it had seemed to be effective to do so when you were looking at the entire rate system as it was. And if you are going to be making significant changes in the way that you evaluate rates, then we certainly would want this language to be included as, here's the process, here's the appeal process. And this is how a provider could request a review. So that was the intent, but whether it was linked to this particular study or not really was irrelevant. It's the fact of wanting to get that procedure in. So those were the few comments I had absorbed from the memo from the department. And it was so dazzling that I've bumped Senator Claxton off of the thing entirely.
He's trying to get back on. He's lost his connection.
I'm so sorry.
It's quite all right. Representative Perry.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Anna this. Is the bill written, the way it is written, seen as just a process, or do we need to look at the wording and how that needs to be?
It can't be written as just a process, because what happens when you go through the process and there's some kind of extraordinary circumstance because of minimum wage, what then? So if you want to write, I mean, section 2 is a little different, I guess. Although that does specifically talk about the rate setting process, which I guess the sponsor has said that that's less related to. But I think that the unallocated language is written a little bit more as a process, because it does. You need to somehow tie it to a method of funding it, because otherwise, what's the point?
Right, and so I was interested, what I had asked Molly based on your questions was exactly that, was what do you, when you have this, I think the panel had asked, the committee had asked us as well, we have this 3 times, right, in the main care manual. And so in wanting to extend this, and if they say that minimum wage, which was in the list of circumstances, how has that been operationalized in the past?
Go ahead, Anna.
I want to take Representative Craven back in our memories to 2013 or 2014, and we heard from nursing facility providers who were on that commission that the minimum wage was often not counted as an extraordinary circumstance because of the unforeseen. Like they were angry about it. They were like, it's specifically written in the definition, and yet we always get denied because it's the unforeseen. I mean, it's not, I know this is a bit of a, a rock and a hard place, but it's not unforeseen. I mean, the law was passed before the wage went up. The issue was more about how you cover that. But anyway, the point is that I'm sure Margaret Craven can remember that as well, that we heard from John Watson is the one I remember specifically saying, we still can't seem to get extraordinary circumstance when we see them increase the minimum wage. So, and that's why I think the memo says it was occasionally used. It's not every time.
Representative Javner.
I apologize. Let me put my hand down.
Additional comments and a way forward here. Representative Sachs.
Yes, Madam Chair. So I'm struggling to, again, I'm wondering, the department's memo speaks to a lot of things, but for me, the okay, it's super late. The way forward, as you're saying, for this particular piece, the problem we are trying to solve is that there is no process for other critical services, not just the 3 identified, but other critical services to make their case. And I agree with Anna for sure that I would want to know that roadmap of exactly what that would be and how that would be rectified. If I'm a provider right now, there is no road forward to be able to do this. And just like in 2013, from what she's saying, that nursing facilities said, we have no road forward for this. It sounds like, Ms. Broom, that was the instance where they created this extraordinary circumstances. So that was not the case. Okay, not a problem. But they were stating that the minimum wage piece was not included in this. Right now, there's no mechanism for any other section within main care for them to say, by the way, this is what we consider an extraordinary circumstances. And we'd like an opportunity to discuss that. And I believe your analyst is right that what is the next steps? My assumption was it was the same exact steps that they've taken before in terms of applying this or not. And then moving forward. If there is an appropriation, it would go through the same exact appropriate budgetary constraints and considerations that we do for all things. So that had been mine. So that's where I'm a little bit stuck is I'm not hearing a reason why this couldn't be added to as Representative Javner had said, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We're just trying to expand the services that this covers.
Senator Baldacci.
Thank you. I think we had this discussion at the public hearing or the work session at the public hearing. This is really just an additional tool. And I appreciate the staff's comment about the fiscal note, but any kind of expansion or use of emergency powers is going to come administratively. And obviously there are going to be checks and balances there because they'll be reviewed. It has to be signed off by a commissioner and the rest of it. So I don't see us entering some kind of different world on this. I think I'm satisfied with going forward with the bill. I think it's necessary in order to address circumstances for all these different programs, gives them the same power as others. And so I would move to pass this legislation.
So there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I will second that.
There is a motion and a second ought to pass.
With an amendment, which is a fiscal note.
As amended. Any discussion?
Excuse me, Chair, if I
Yes.
may.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not sure what the procedure is now that a motion has been made and seconded, but I was hoping to ask that we could corner caucus.
Absolutely.
Also, I have a question.
Let's take Representative Craven's question and also Representative Perry's, and then if there are still issues outstanding that you wish to caucus about, we can head our separate ways. So Representative Craven.
Well, I was just wondering if we could design some kind of language when an event is triggered, something like MEMA has.
Like declaring an emergency, a state of emergency kind of thing, Representative Craven?
Right, and I'm not sure if there's any available language that we could borrow to indicate when a trigger happens to call for an emergency.
Representative Perry.
Thank you. I guess I'm still somewhat confused. And so I'm really trying to sort this out. There is an ability to do emergency something in a couple of areas. The look is to expand this to other areas of main care. Are we identifying those areas, or is this a blanket statement? An emergency like the pandemic could hit every single area that they are working on now, which could be absolutely overwhelming and and really not able to do. Do we have to take this business by business? Now, the areas that already have this, there's no fiscal note that goes with this. Is there? And if there isn't, then why is there one now? I'm just confused.
I don't know how often they use the extraordinary circumstance in those 3 sections of main care. I mean, not very often. So we would have to ask the department how they have funded that when it's happened. But if you have an extraordinary circumstance in every other section of main care, then you have a different kind of a problem. But you'd have to ask the department.
Do we want to bring Molly Bogart in? And Representative Craven.
Yeah, the problem that providers have is that even when there's an extraordinary event and this is in legislation, that they don't receive the increase. And so you can have all of the best intentions, but if there's no response to it, it doesn't seem to make much difference.
Which I think goes to what Representative Perry is saying. So
that's why I think that there should be a specific trigger and an identification of what, I mean, actually the CDC did a good job with the pandemic. It's just because that every single organization in the state of Maine was having difficulties. So, but the last time that we had a minimum wage raise, there was no action taken and providers were getting reimbursed less than the minimum wage.
Molly Bogart, welcome.
Thank you.
So I assume you have been listening to our conversation here. And I'm wondering if you've got anything to add that might help us find our way.
Certainly, I mean, I will let the letter from Director Probert speak for itself as far as our position on the bill. I'm trying to get some information about how we have paid for those extraordinary circumstances adjustments in the past. We do use them very frequently. When we have used them for COVID-related costs, we have relied on the enhanced FMAP bump during the public health emergency, so that has not required a special appropriation, but is not something that we could rely on necessarily in the future. Hopefully, we will no longer have a public health emergency at some point soon. But otherwise, it is not something that is frequently used. And so if I were to go to non-COVID examples, we'd have to do a bit more digging to answer that for you.
Additional thoughts from the committee? Yes, Senator Claxton.
Is there language that we could lift from the provisions of the sections that are already covered by emergency circumstances? and plunk into other sections of main care. I'm sorry, I missed some of the earlier conversation because I was kicked off. If it's a matter of just expanding it so that it's inclusive of all of main care, then there's a mechanism that's already been constructed. If we can't do that, then we'll have to come up with some other option.
The issue isn't the language per se. I think the issue that you have is that you can't say you're just going to include this language and then say there's no fiscal note, it's just a process. It's not about writing the language, it's about writing the language and then you have to kind of accept the fiscal note.
Well, except that the fiscal note isn't going to happen until the department recommends it and brings forward a bill for the legislature to act on.
That process is not here. That's not what the bill says. You could write that, and you could do that. That you would then be saying that and Molly, you can tell me if I'm not going entirely awry here, but you could certainly write it so that you establish a process. I mean, you'd want to make sure that you had some kind of triggering mechanism so that you aren't doing it every time you turn around. But you could have a triggering mechanism as long as you would say that it requires an appropriation from the legislature in order to actually go into effect. Is that what you think, Molly? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, that's true. And I also think it is, while you could write it that way, it wouldn't be the same for every section of policy. So currently this is limited to cost settled methodologies. Each methodology would be changed in a different way for an emergency circumstance. And so we couldn't just sort of plop the process we have for cost settled into other sections and assume that would work identically. It really is not the same.
And
Representative, go ahead.
Sorry, can I follow up? I'm sorry, I was just speaking to intent. If our intent is to get an existing mechanism to work in the other mechanism in the other areas of main care that we haven't covered, is that what we're trying to accomplish? As I read the bill, the goal was to set up an appeal process. You can appeal all you want. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get paid or that your rate's going to change. So that's my highest priority is in the course of doing all this rate work, seems like a good opportunity to set up an appeal process. What happens after that is going to depend upon what the department says, and we can make it clear in our conversations or our bill that the intent is to allow people under certain circumstances, as we've alluded to appeal to the department for review of their rates, and that depending on what the department decides, that would be brought forward as a bill, as legislation or funding request. That's sort of where I am with listening to this. Thank you.
So Senator Baldacci, then Molly Bogart, then Representative Javner.
Okay, I don't want to belabor the point, but I'm just reading the bill, and it requires the department to set up the process. It doesn't say, I don't know how we get by with why we need a fiscal note, and I appreciate the analysis we've been provided, but it doesn't, the department's going to set up a process. I think, like Senator Claxton said, to allow providers to request an emergency review. I don't see any place in this bill where we have to have a fiscal note because we're not mandating any money being spent. We are asking that a process be set up. I'm not saying it's not going to cost money, but I think the first thing the thing the bill does is just request the department to set up a process for emergency rate review.
Appeal. And
one of the reasons why that's important is because we've seen how long the regular rate review goes. So I just think that this will help in a modest way allow providers to appeal. Thanks.
Molly Bogart.
Thank you. And that is somewhat what I wanted to respond to. So I appreciate that. I think if the intent is not for us to increase rates, then having that intent spelled out in statute, increase rates, I should say, without legislation or legislative approval, then having that intent spelled out in statute is very important to us. I think our understanding based on the proposal is that were an emergency circumstance to be assessed as appropriate, we would be required to increase that reimbursement, but not have an appropriation to match that. And I would also, say we recognize that rate studies take a long time, but that is not because we are not doing the work or dragging our feet in any way. It's because that work takes a long time. And so it is not something that we could simply expedite. This would be a separate process to a rate setting, a rate study that would evaluate an appropriate rate based on a number of factors.
Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, Ms. Bogart just spoke very to what I was going to ask, and also to my how I'm viewing this bill as well. And so I don't think that moving forward that
You've frozen, Representative Javner. You might want to put your video down. She's frozen. So we'll move to Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification. Back in the day of closure of December, whatever it was, then I put this in. I absolutely think if I put extraordinary circumstances rather than emergency, it may have been a better reflection, because we go between emergency and extraordinary circumstances. Extraordinary circumstances are rare. The intent of the bill was to provide a mechanism for providers to request it when something within their localities or a citizens referendum or something like that has happened. I completely understand that there is a distinction between the emergencies and the extraordinary circumstances. So that I just wanted to clarify that, because I think sometimes we use that nomenclature, which Molly is completely right. This is not intended to be a burdensome process that is not already within their existing framework. It is to take whatever they use and they cite. These are some things that comprise extraordinary circumstance, but not limited to, so that there is a process for the provider to be able to say, hey, this is what's going on in my community that is providing what we feel is an extraordinary circumstance, and to have that dialogue together. So Molly's absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Perry.
I guess I'm still trying to figure this out. Sorry. What would be an emergency rate review if rate reviews take that long? And does that include the possibility of a short-term change that will be reversed? I'm sure that will be negotiated, but I'm still trying to figure out what a short-term rate review would be. And definitions of what is emergency circumstances.
Molly Bogart.
Thank you. I can speak a little bit to that, and I appreciate Representative Sachs for pointing out extraordinary versus emergency. I think I have also used those somewhat interchangeably today inappropriately, so I apologize for that. But there really is no such thing as an emergency rate review, to my knowledge. That's something that we've, I think, talked about as sort of the, what we're perhaps looking for here. But an extraordinary circumstance adjustment is something that happens in the audit process currently for cost settled. Apologize for the traffic outside my window if you can hear that. For cost settled rates. So when they are going through the cost settlement process, they can request an emergency or an extraordinary circumstance adjustment of the department's division of audit. I'm not quite sure what an emergency rate review would be, other than a, sort of new expedited rate system. But as I said, there really is no way to expedite our rate setting process. It is just a cumbersome process. But this is, the extraordinary circumstance doesn't necessarily change the rate currently, it makes exceptions within the audit process to allow for additional expenditures in limited circumstances.
Representative Javner.
I apologize for
Welcome.
that. I guess I wasn't correct. I don't know what happened, but I would still request, Chair, that we caucus. We have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess I would just bring this to, we have a motion and a second on the table to pass. Just reminding the committee that that's out there. At this point, I would, it is 3:30. Will 10 minutes suffice, Representative Javner?
Absolutely. Thank you. Probably even shorter than that.
Okay. So I would say, let's keep it at 10 minutes. So 3:40. And I would ask if the committee Democrats would also like to corner caucus to discuss this. Might be helpful. So see you back in 10 minutes.
Were you guys busy yesterday, Ann, up at the hospital?
Whoops, I forget I'm on. Yeah, we were pretty busy. We were pretty busy for the full hour. Actually, up until 15 minutes when we were supposed to get done, we were steady.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's good. It makes it go by fast.
Yeah, it does.
She works on Monday.
Well done, Representative Meyer. Now all of us have lost our names because we've been back and forth with so many accounts.
Oh, it's been a long day.
It took Representative Meyer 11 and a half minutes to get to the caucus. She could have walked over.
Welcome back.
All right. I guess we're back as much as we're back. We're not all together, but we're back. So where is Senator Baldacci? You had your hand up, sir. It's your motion and you're still muted.
All right, I had made a motion to ought to pass, and I would ask to be allowed to withdraw that motion and to make a motion of ought not to pass with direction, though, that we send a letter to the department to establish an appeals process that they can come back and report to us maybe in the next session, but an appeals process to give providers an avenue for meaningful review. And I think that I think Representative Meyer knows what I'm talking about, and she can further refine that concept. But in conjunction with that, I would move ought not to pass with that caveat.
I second
There's
the
a
motion.
And a second. Thank you. Representative Lemlin, you had your hand up.
Well, thank you, Senator, but with the motion ought not to pass, I don't think I need to say anything. Thank you, though, for the offer.
Okay. Very good. So there's now a revised motion on the floor that's been seconded, ought not to pass, with a proviso that when we get done, we're going to commission a letter to the department asking them to set up an appeals process. All right. Any further discussion? Representative Madigan.
Yeah, I just want to say that I want to thank the bill sponsor, Representative Sachs, for bringing this forward. And I think one of the things this bill and many of the rate bills point out to me is that the process of, and it doesn't matter, has nothing to do with political party or this administration, last administration, other ones, of setting rates where we, do an RFP and ask for someone to do a rate study is very long and cumbersome and isn't really responsive to the needs of agencies, providers that, have to pay their bills too and have to provide their services when gas prices go up or when, labor costs go up or when they have to hire more technology staff, things like that, that I think would be good to look at a different way to set rates, like rate setting commissions or something. So that what we do is more responsive to the needs of the people who provide services and the people they serve. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Senator Baldacci.
Sorry to drag this out, but I wanted to also indicate, it probably should be indicated in the letter that we are not satisfied with the current procedures, as Representative Madigan and others have said. So I just wanted to throw that in, that should be in the letter that we're not satisfied with the current procedures.
Okay.
I just want to be clear because I really do want to thank the bill sponsors as well. And I think this is an issue that we need to spend a lot more time on in general from many different angles. So thank you.
All right. So there's motion on the floor. It's been seconded. I don't see any other discussion. So we'll go to Ms. Withy to do the vote. The motion is ought not to pass with a letter.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Connor is absent. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 12 yes, 1 absent.
All right, people. Thank you. That was an animated conversation, confusing by the fact that several of us got kicked off one time or another. So Representative Sachs, thank you for bringing that forward. As you can see, we end up in the mud sometimes and in the weeds, and it's a complicated world we live in, but I think the intent is well conceived, and we'll see what the department can come up with.
And frankly, it's been lovely to spend the day with you all. Thank you so much for your time. And I look forward to seeing you soon for other work sessions. So have a wonderful day and thanks for your service. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Well, that was easy. Now that gets us to LD 503, which is therapeutic foster care moving towards adoption.
LD 503. So this resolve directs the department to require that an adoptive family receive the same level of financial assistance for long-term or limited period adoption assistance, that's the Chapter 13 rules, as the family received when the child was in treatment level foster care, which is the Chapter 4 rules. The department must adopt the increased rate by October 1st, 2021, long-term assistance is a monthly payment until a child is 18 or 21, and limited period is monthly payment for a limited period of time for medical or mental health costs or education benefits if aged 18 to 21. And I just put that there because it was in the same level of financial assistance for long-term or limited period. The sponsor, the cost of raising a child with a disability do not drop with adoption, but the payment does when moving from treatment level foster care to adoption. And the department is opposed. They're concerned about the unintended consequence of keeping a child inappropriately in treatment level foster care. Also, the adoption assistance rate is negotiated at the time of the adoption and should be discussed then, and enhanced payments can carry over. And Dr. Landry also asked whether this affects future adoptions only or previous ones as well, and if there is funding attached or whether it comes out of other funding that the department already has. So the drafting issues that the department write about who this applies to, whether it's only new adoptions. October the 1st is probably not long enough to make rules, although certainly a rate could be increased on that day. And whether adoption assistance would be required for all adoptive families as opposed to those who qualify. So you did receive a memo, the number of families or children that this would affect, and Dr. Landry said that currently there are 156 children in treatment foster care. In the last 3 state fiscal years, an average of 25 children a year have been adopted who were in therapeutic foster care prior to adoption. The adoption assistance rates are actually right there in the Public Law 2017, Chapter 471. You can see there the level A, the level B, C, D, E. You could see the rates there for the foster care rates. Children in treatment foster care prior to adoption generally receive adoption subsidy at a rate of $35 a day. Children in non-treatment foster care generally receive an adoption subsidy rate of $25 a day. There's also a medical rate, which is $70 a day for children who have significant medical needs and a poor health prognosis. And in addition to the daily adoption subsidy amount, parents may receive funding that to cover the cost of childcare payments when both parents are working. There's a question what percentage of adoptive families receive adoption assistance. When I looked at the rules, there was eligibility for the child and eligibility for the family, so that's why that question was asked. But Dr. Landry said that almost 100% of children are eligible for adoption assistance, and children are eligible based on criteria of having a physical handicap, having a mental handicap, is age 5 or over, is a minority status, is a member of sibling group to be placed together, has been a victim of physical, emotional, or sexual abuse or neglect that places the child at risk for future emotional difficulties, or has factors in his or her background such as mental illness, substance abuse, genetic or medical conditions which place him or her at risk for future problems. I'm just literally reading this right off of Dr. Landry's memo. In addition, children who are adopted from foster care remain eligible for main care and are also eligible for assistance with the cost of higher education through Maine's tuition waiver program. OCFS also provides financial assistance to adoptive parents for the costs associated with the adoption, including reasonable attorney's fees necessary to complete paperwork and formalize the adoption. And I believe we don't have the fiscal note yet. Yes, we do not have the fiscal note yet.
Okay. Based on that analysis, are there comments, questions? Yes, Representative Perry.
Thank you. The question I have is, I think Dr. Landry had mentioned by the time the child is ready for adoption, the level of care has changed. And so if there is a child that still needs quite a bit of care, but not as much as the therapeutic foster needed, is there a negotiation around, and I think that's what I heard, but I'm just making sure, around what the adoptive parent or the adoptive child will get for subsidy going forward?
That's what was in Dr. Landry's testimony. I can't answer any more than that.
So my question was, who determines the level of care? That's obviously not the family. Is it the department and the people providing the therapeutic support that determine when the child's ready to graduate or move to a next level? Is that how that works, Molly?
I was just going to draw your attention to the fact that Dr. Landry is here, but somebody is on that.
Welcome, Dr. Landry. So did you hear the question?
Unfortunately, I was in transition, so if you could repeat the question, I would appreciate it.
You were in limbo. The question was, how are levels of support for individual kids determined? Is that by the family or by the people providing services to the child for therapeutic reasons?
Sure. The department assesses the level of care based on a number of factors. It does include family input, provider input, medical input, and other components. And if the family disagrees, there's also an appeal process that is in our practice to enable a review of that in case other considerations need to be taken into account. And it is done on a regular basis. And I believe to one of the prior comments, and I apologize, I think it was Representative Perry. What I tried to indicate in my testimony is that the level of care can vary over time. And so sometimes a youth may be, or a child may be in a treatment or sometimes called therapeutic level of care, and then go out of that based on their individual needs. But the adoption subsidy is individually negotiated based on the needs of that child and the family. And so regardless of where they are at any given point in time, the adoption, as far as the level of care, the adoption subsidy is individually negotiated for each family and child.
Can I just,
Sure, follow up, Representative Perry.
now, you had mentioned that sometimes the needs of the child may change, and
Right.
that may change after adoption. Is there an opportunity after the adoption to negotiate with the state because of the change?
Yes, there is. And in fact, that is one of the reasons why we asked the question, or I asked the question about whether this bill is intended to go back to cover those past adoptions or whether it's only prospective in the future. But certainly if individual circumstances change, those can be readdressed.
Is it fair to say that this is basically a rate increase for a child who's once been in a therapeutic requirement that stays with them for the length of their adoption? That's the way I read the bill.
That is the way we would read the bill as well. It would be a permanent increase. It would establish a rate regardless of what the needs of the child may be going forward and the family's needs. And so it would establish a new rate regardless of what may be present or what may be needed.
This wouldn't be the first rate bill we'd heard then. Okay.
Based on this afternoon, I think I would agree with you.
So I did notice, Dr. Landy, that you referenced an appeal process. Maybe from the conversation we just finished, we can copy and paste from OCFS.
You know, I'm gonna beg off of that one. Otherwise, Molly might throw something virtually through the ether at me. So I'm gonna just be silent on that one.
I couldn't help after that last conversation about picking up on that. All right. So are there other questions that we'd like to consider related to this bill? Other issues? I don't see any. Yes, Senator Moore.
Yes, thank you, Senator Claxton. I really think that we've got the procedures in place and we don't need this bill. So I'm going to make the motion that ought not to pass.
I'll second that.
There's a lot of people seconded that. Thank you, Senator Moore. Thank you for the seconds. Any further discussion of this bill? Then we'll defer to Ms. Withy to run the roll call.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Connor is absent. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 12 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you, Carrie. So that gets us to 376. Thank you, Dr. Landry.
All right, 376. So this is a resolve to increase certain chiropractic reimbursement rates under the main care program. This resolve requires the department by January 1st, 2022 to amend its section 15, main care rules to increase reimbursement rates for chiropractic services for manipulative treatments under procedure codes 989. 40, 41, and 42 to no less than 70% of the federal Medicare reimbursement rate for those services, as long as the rate is no lower than the rate reimbursed as of January 1st of this year. If the department conducts a rate study of chiropractic services for manipulative treatment, the department may adopt new rates. Proponents, this is the same bill as, 128th and the 129th that passed but died on the appropriations table. There's been no increase in main care rates for chiropractors for 21 years. The most used codes, and that's the second two, 41 and 42, are around 50% or slightly less of Medicare. Higher rates may provide an incentive for chiropractors to enroll as main care providers. The department, you know about the rate study. Myers and Stouffer, the recommendation was to update 9 services at the same time to a benchmarked Medicare rate, and chiropractor is only one of those 9, and they would prefer them to be all done at once, that is their intent, and that the chiropractor, those 9 services, that piece is in their highest priority group for review. Additional information, the fiscal note was if there were more chiropractors enrolled in main care. The fiscal note is determined by the number of procedures rather than the number of chiropractors. So it would depend on whether there were people who currently couldn't find a chiropractor right now. They don't have waiting lists like some of the other services that you hear about. I don't think that there's much to be done there. The Medicare rates from Molly, there was a question from Representative Lemlin about the rate, the particular rates, and these are the two, the 41 and 42. These are the lower ones. The other one is higher but not used as much. This one in this 98941, my understanding is around, I have it written down somewhere, 65% of the procedures, not 65% of the Medicare rate, but 65% of the codes that are charged. In other words, it's the most common one. OFPR preliminary fiscal impact statement, the department will require a general fund appropriation of $38,434, and that should say in FY 21-22, and $76,676 in fiscal year 22-23. So that's the full year rate. And after, to amend rules to increase reimbursement rates for those 3 codes to no less than 70% of Medicare, and there is a federal match as well, and there is a fiscal note needed.
Are there questions after hearing from our analyst? Yes, Representative Perry.
I would like to move ought to pass.
Seconded.
Second thought.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
That's an amendment too, because of the fiscal note.
Because of the fiscal note, ought to pass as amended because of the fiscal note. Thank you. And a second stands, I assume. And no further discussion that I see. So we'll go back to Ms. Withy.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Connor is absent. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 12 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you. So that brings us to 799. Veterinarians and controlled substances.
All right. So this bill delays until July 1st, 2025, the implementation of the requirement that a veterinarian whose scope of practice includes prescribing a benzodiazepine, I can even spell it, or an opioid medication, prescribe all benzodiazepine or opioid medication electronically. You heard during the public hearing that veterinarians' role in the PMP was changed in 2018. At that time, the legislature removed the individual waiver for electronic prescribing and enacted a waiver for everyone until July 2022. Although veterinarians are prescribing fewer prescriptions than they were back then, there is still they still prescribe, but there is no electronic prescribing software that interfaces with veterinary practice management that is available or on the horizon. So therefore they are requesting to extend the waiver until 2025. You also heard from the Maine Medical Association. They are looking for a vehicle to add to the list of persons who can access the PMP. There's a request to add to section 7250, subsection 4, paragraph K, the chief medical officer, medical director, or other administrative prescriber of an FQHC or a medical practice. Those are the two that they're looking to add. That section currently applies only to licensed hospitals. And the intent is for the medical practices like Intermed, Martins Point, in addition to the FQHCs. The intent of paragraph K was to allow the employer to oversee the prescribing practices of their employed clinicians. So they are looking for the same thing for those. There is no issues with the bill as drafted. If you want to move forward with the MMA piece, I don't think, so I'm not going to pull up Dan Morin's language unless you would like me to, but he had a definition of FQHC. I don't really think that's necessary, or if you do think it's necessary, you can define it the way that it's written on the page there with 42 USC section 1319X, blah, blah. We either use that or we don't define them at all. We don't usually use that language that Dan had, and I did let him know that. The second thing is the issue of the one or more licensed healthcare professionals with authority to prescribe controlled substances or prescribe prescription drugs, providing healthcare service. That was the language that he had for the group practice side. I'm not sure I like that definition either, but I did seek some much smarter person than I am to go back and think about this. So K and L that you can see on the page there is current law. The K is the chief medical officer, medical director, or other administrative prescriber employed by a licensed hospital. So that's the section that Dan was looking to change. And then L is staff members of a group practice of prescribers who are authorized by a designated group practice leader insofar as information relates to a patient receiving care from that group practice. So if Martins Point or in Intermed is what MMA is looking for and you're interested in doing that, I think you could use that group practice language. So if you want to go down that road, I think you can do what I've written there, which is the chief medical officer, medical director, or other administrative prescriber employed. That should say employed by FQHC or a group practice of prescribers insofar as the information relates to prescriptions written by prescribers employed in the group practice. So if you want to go down that road, I think that's how you would want to go forward with it. if you are interested in doing that. The preliminary impact statement on the original bill is no fiscal impact. And then I just included the law so that you could see that language there if you were interested in doing that. And you can also see what happened to the veterinarians in the last couple of iterations if you are interested in doing that. And my understanding is that the department has no objection to the MMA piece. I did ask Molly about that. I don't know if other people do, but I did just want to cover that base too.
Representative Perry.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make a comment. First of all, this is really about veterinarian prescribing. I do not believe adding group practice to this is right. And we need to have a full hearing that goes with that. That will not have happened if we add it. So I would recommend we don't add that to the bill.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share the concern about tacking this on. However, I do support both proposals. So I'm wondering if we might do a committee bill, separate committee bill for the MMA piece of it, and just deal with them as two separate vehicles.
Representative Javner, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Senator Claxton. I did have my hand up, but with Representative Zager's proposal, yeah, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay. And Representative Meyer, how about you? You had your hand up.
Yeah, I would agree with Representative Perry. I'm not comfortable with adding that language. And with regard to Representative Zager's proposal, we would still find ourselves in a position of needing a public hearing.
Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Yes, thank you, Representative Meyer. And I completely agree. We would need another public hearing for that piece as well. And I concur with Representative Perry too.
Okay. Is your hand still up, Representative Meyer, or you have?
It's backup.
Backup, okay.
So I would like to make a motion that I'm looking for the LD number.
799.
That's LD 799 ought to pass.
There's been a motion made and a second. Any further discussion? So there's a motion on the floor, ought to pass. No fiscal note. So we'll go to Ms. Withy for a vote.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor. Representative Connor is absent. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 12 yes, 1 absent.
And at that point, I would look to Ms. Broom to help us with the next step for creating a committee bill and scheduling a public hearing for 799B.
Okay, so the way that you would have a committee bill is you would need to vote to initiate that bill.
Okay.
I think you can pretty much tell me what you want it to say. I get that sense that you're looking for the MMA piece, which, you know, Gordon was also looking for last year. And then you would need session to report it out, you know, to send it to the floor, and you would send it to the floor to have it be referred back to committee.
These
And
days,
so
the referencing might happen independent of a floor vote.
that could be, I'd have to check on that.
Yeah.
But whenever we draft committee bills, that's one of the things the revisers always ask us, and or the floor, you know, Derek Grant and Rob Hunt, they ask us whether the bill is intended to go directly to the floor or whether it's to be referred back to committee. And I'm hearing you say that you would like it to be referred back to committee. So that's fairly straightforward. So you would just need to vote to initiate a bill, and it would be, Kerry doesn't quite know what to do with it when she does it, but I will help her with that. But you would call the vote in the same way, but the vote would be to initiate the bill.
Okay. Is that something you'd like to do, Representative Zager, initiate a bill considering
Yes,
the
sir.
MMA?
Yes.
Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry. You actually would need, you actually need a joint order as well. I'm sorry. You actually do need a referral. You do need a session in order to get the joint order. So we'd be creating a joint order to report out a bill. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself there. And then you would actually initiate the bill. So one step at a time is a joint order, because you don't have a vehicle or authority to report out a bill right now. So you need the joint order that would give you that.
But it is possible to get a sense of the committee by a divide question or getting a thumbs up. Let's just do it informally. Are there folks who are interested in pursuing this as a committee through the joint order process? Show of thumbs. Okay. All right. So there's certainly enough to proceed. All right. Thank you all for that.
So just one more thing, who would like the joint order? Do you want me to put it in one of the chair's names, or would you like me to put it in Representative Zager's name?
Just put it in my name for right now.
Okay. Got it.
And I'll
So
start.
you will need session.
And I'll start lobbying, and you can help with you can do the joint order request.
Yes. I don't know whether you want me to act on that, Representative Meyer. You can do that if you'd like. I don't know how you want to do that.
We can talk about it later.
Okay, so I will request the joint order for now, which will take session.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself there. Forgot you didn't have any authority.
So
Okay,
that gets us to 784.
I think, yes, 784. Okay, 784. So this is an act to amend the law governing approval authority over and oversight of certified nursing assistant educational programs. This bill simplifies requirements for approval of educational programs for CNAs that are carried out by healthcare facilities by removing the requirement that healthcare facilities seek approval to demonstrate that an educational institution cannot also provide such a program within 30 days of application. This is harder to actually say as a summary than it is to actually draft. Programs carried out by healthcare facilities would still need to be approved by the department, consistent with the curriculum approved by the State Board of Nursing, and must still fulfill all standards established by the department and by the board. You heard from the proponents that educational programs don't always meet the 30-day requirement. They have different schedules with school terms and vacations. They pay fees for minimal oversight, and they pass by passing on documents from the facility to the state. Sometimes they conduct exams, but Rick Herb also asked about other state requirements and couldn't find an equivalent in those that had responded to his request. I did check with Molly. She said it doesn't affect licensing, so they don't have an opinion on this. I also asked the Department of Education. I received an immediate response saying, sent it to my team, and that was the last thing I heard. So I guess that no particular objection there. And we haven't yet received a fiscal impact from OFPR, but I'd be surprised if there was one.
Very good. Thank you for that analysis. Are there any questions, comments related to that? Yes, Representative Perry.
I would like to move ought to pass as amended if there's a physical note.
Second.
Great. Are there any further, any discussion of that? Ought to pass as amended if necessary.
I just want to thank everybody, and this is the easiest bill I've ever had.
All right, good work. All right, so we can go ahead and call a roll for LD 784.
Representative Zager,
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin,
Yes.
Representative Lemlin, yes. Representative Stover,
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci,
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry,
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, yes. Representative Connor, Representative Connor is absent. Representative Craven,
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan,
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner,
Yes.
Representative Javner, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Representative Meyer,
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton,
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. That's 12 yes, 1 absent.
All righty. Thank
So,
you.
so Kerry, you can record that as an ought to pass. You just can't report it out until we get the fiscal note, making sure that that's correct.
All right, I look to the analyst room. Anything else we need to do right now? So
No.
for most of you, this will be the end of this hearing, anticipating a 10 a.m. start tomorrow. The chairs and leads will be meeting to work on the scheduling. And that's at a link that came from Anna. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I want to let you know I will be in state and local governments most of the day, so I will try to pop in and out, but we have a long day over there as well.
okay. Get
So
that-
it won't be a link from me. It will be the usual one, and Aaron
The
will probably
usual
start
link.
the meeting.
Okay, all right, usual link, all right. So thank you all. It's been an interesting and often entertaining day. So we'll look forward to what tomorrow brings.